because I was afraid it wasn't coming.
And talking about grandmothers, hello everyone. Welcome to It's a Long Story. I did warn
grandmothers.
You. Welcome grandmothers and everyone else, but mostly grandmothers. Welcome to It's a Long Story, a place where we roll dice, we tell stories, and we create magic. We are here with our lovely crew, the Unearthed Arcanum, our Friday night crew. Everybody take a look at the camera, wave and say hi, please.
Hello. Hi, Nana.
Hi, Mama.
Hi, Nana. Welcome. For those who are just jumping in and have no idea what this is, hello. We are a D&D live play stream. We stream every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday with 4 parties existing, breathing. Mitch, whatever you're doing, stop it. Keep getting a ding on something. There's like a speaker connected thing that keeps going on. You're good.
The internet connection cut out, came back.
Oh, all good. Yes. So we have 4 parties existing, breathing, leaping, swimming, drowning, but hopefully not, in the same beautiful homebrew world of Imea. The fun stuff with that is that we have often crews that are affecting something that they do in the campaign actually will affect another party that is in another place. But most importantly, as for those who are very familiar at this table, we have 2 parties that are existing in the same city right now, which is very exciting. So come along. Before we get into tonight's stuff, just a couple of announcements up front. First and foremost, tomorrow, if we get enough players, tomorrow we are actually pushing a very important one shot. We're going to have that for tomorrow, and then also next Saturday as well. Next Saturday is definitely happening. We have 3 players, so we're good to go on that. Is our Candela Obscura one-shot. For those who are having no idea the words that I said, Candela Obscura is a cosmic horror game designed by the people at Critical Role. It is made to be a very simple and easy rule system, focusing on some heavy role play in a high-stakes, creepy, scary sort of realm. We have borrowed that and have taken everything from that, the lore, the game style, and all of that stuff, and have changed only one thing, and that's the setting, putting it into a more real-world setting in a place that I love very much because it's where I grew up, the North Shore of Massachusetts, in the year 1901, which is not the year I grew up there, in case anybody was interested. But super fun, a lot of creepy horror stuff, lore and legends that for the most part are actual real lore and legends of that area. So if you were interested in playing either tomorrow's game or Saturday's game, they're going to be one and the same. It'll be The Haunting of Lovis Cove. Super excited to jump into that. So if you want to check that out, you can do so at startplaying.games/GM/It's a Long Story. And if you're watching on YouTube, those links will be in the video description. I'm also putting in the live chat in case you missed it. For those who are, if you're wondering why we're doing this specific one-shot, what's wrong with you? Candela Obscura is actually a really cool game. You should check it out. But also, one of the biggest reasons why we're doing that is because we are trying desperately to get a full campaign off the ground, a full Shadows of the North Shore. That's our version of the game, the name of it, campaign. So we are trying to find people for that. So if you're interested in just jumping in full cannonballing into a full campaign in the Candela Obscura game style, there is the link to do so. Also, other one-shots that will be coming up, I believe this Sunday, is another Where's My Darling Piddle, which is a very fun, very typical high fantasy sort of thing, right in kind of mostly wacky, but, well, I wouldn't say mostly wacky. It really depends on what you guys want to do in that, whoever jumps in, whoever the party wants. But it's very friendly for all experiences. So if that would be your first time playing D&D, that's the one I'd recommend jumping into. So please feel free to take a look at that in that same link for all our one shots. And then the following Sunday is going to be our Golden Lion heist. So if you've ever wanted to play if you ever wanted to star in your own Steven Soderbergh movie, playing D&D, there's the way to do it. Super fun heist one shot that allows you to be wacky and weird and cool and then steal something really important. And I believe that is it as far as the one shots and game stuff. If you are interested in supporting the channel, best way to do so would be to like and subscribe. We appreciate it a ton. Trying to get this stream out to as many people as possible, and hopefully at a certain point in time, maybe be able to kind of add some cool sort of features and bits and things like that, as well as occasionally would love to be able to run a free one shot. Right, if we hit 300 subscribers, I said before, we will do a free one shot for anybody who wants to jump in on that. So appreciate it, but also if you just want to watch, you can do that too. We appreciate that as well. Lastly, if you want to check out our social media for some behind the scenes stuff, I have been consistently saying the past couple of weeks I will be adding more to that soon, and then all of a sudden it's like 8 o'clock and I have to get ready for the next session. But I promise we will have more coming in on that. If you want to check out some behind the scenes clips, some of the close-ups of the miniatures and the terrains that we use for some of the combat stuff, that is where you can check that out on Instagram and TikTok. So there's the link tree for that, and I believe that is it. So very excited to jump into tonight. I have truly no idea where it's going to go, but well, I guess that's always true, especially with you guys. But before we jump in, we need to get an idea of where we left off. So Jess, please take it away.
All right. So last week we picked right up with Alastaire in kind of a very bad situation, having been snatched off the street by one of the worst guys in Dare's Wharf, Marion, who is a presence, to put it mildly. There is no escape for Alastaire. So as Marion, who thinks Alastaire is his son, demands to know what the plan was, Alastaire drops his disguise and plays it straight, mostly, trying to use a little bit of misdirection that he is in Dare's Wharf on an errand from Dr. Karan, who mentioned to him that Marion might be somebody who can provide services or would be in need of services as an exchange. Marion is not impressed. He's very angry that someone like Alastaire could have taken down his son. That does not reflect well on him. He basically intimidates Alastaire into keeping things quiet, and the implication is that he wants Alastaire to take out anybody who witnessed what happened. I think we decided that. Alastaire asks if he can ask a question. Marion agrees to answer it, but there will be a price afterwards. The price was shattering Alastaire's knee and leg brace and basically throwing him out of the carriage. I didn't write down what the question was. I was too nervous.
I believe I believe
Pest.
the question was regarding to pest.
Pest? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So Alastaire's all alone on the street, completely almost dead from just the pain of this happening to his leg. He gives some money to a little boy, asking him to go find Gwyn and bring her back here. the boy runs off. Alastaire isn't sure if he will come back. So he is able to drag his way back to the stacks and makes it almost to the docks before he passes out. Whereupon the rest of us are just gathered together and have started walking back when we realize that Alastaire is missing. But Siobhan is very perceptive and is able to see Alastaire, or at least a body on the ground. And at the same time as some street thugs are also approaching. Siobhan is able to get there first. Nalani shoots, scaring them off. Alastaire's completely unconscious at that point. But luckily, Siobhan is able to cure wounds enough that he can come back from the total pain. And we are able to get back to Huxley's, where we kind of steamroll right over Alastaire's wants and needs in that moment. Send Huxley off to get a healer, ignore Nalani when he says somebody should go with him because Huxley is not having a good time. But a healer does come. His name is Finn. Huxley does not come back with him. But Finn is able to stabilize Alastaire's leg enough that within 36 hours it will be back to the point it was nearly 32 hours-ish?
I think it was 32.
32. You're
30
right.
to 32, I believe, was the...
32.
Yeah. It's okay.
He does not use magic to do this. As we wait, we do what we do best and don't talk about anything important that might have happened to Siobhan before she came back to the street fight. But we do have a conversation with Finn, mostly Siobhan, who asks about a disease or a potion or something that could explain like a lizard-like creature. He doesn't know anything about a virus, or at least not an airborne, contagious one, but he did encounter somebody who fit that description who died before he could ask any questions. None of us follow up on that. Eventually, Gwyn and Siobhan head off to the bar to go on their date. The boys stay back and sort of have a little bit of downtime. Io practices with his Mask of Many Faces, and Nalani reads Alastaire's book. Alastaire's drawing a lot of different designs and does tell Yori about Undulith's voice in his head. And Yori offers to be a reality check because going back into Al's head doesn't seem like a great idea. Back at the bar, Siobhan flirts with unimportant NPC guy until Brom comes in, does find out an interesting thing about somebody called the Phantom who has been sneaking around and killing the leaders of Dare's Wharf. He's kind of like a boogeyman fairy tale sort of thing. Or
as
one
far
leader,
as you know, just the one leader.
Just the one. Yeah. But I didn't. Yeah. And then Gwyn meets a very cool little guy named Professor Pilko?
Pilkip.
Pilkip. There we go.
I believe he spelled it out for you.
He did. My handwriting is just really bad.
It's all good. Pilkyp.
Yes.
Pilkip.
Okay. Gotcha. And although Gwyn would very much like to talk to this guy, she kind of has to blow him off because we're here on a mission. And at about that time, Brom comes in, makes his way straight to Illiar. They have a little flirtation going on. But before anything happens, he has to go talk to his friend Janshai. Gwen overhears a little bit of it, but also has to listen to Professor Pilkip at the same time. Siobhan is able to make out something through lip reading about whatever happened in the bazaar area happened without the boss's knowledge. So that might mean the others don't know either. It's best to keep a level head and find the right time to bring up their idea. Brom is kind of in a panic about this. But once that's taken care of, Siobhan basically steamrolls him right out of the bar and back to his place. Tells Gwen to go home. Gwen does not go home. She asks Janshai to walk her home. She forgot where she stayed, and we sort of follow behind. Somewhere along, I don't know if we're halfway there, but along the way, we stumble over a body. Happens to be Huxley. He puts a note in Siobhan's shoe and sends Gwen a message that we're being followed. Gwen's able to get out the sending to Siobhan to let her know that we're being followed. Siobhan tells Brom, who sort of postures around, that his presence is going to be enough to keep anybody away. And I think that is where we left off.
All right. Anything we missed, gang?
Huxley is almost dead. So.
Huxley looks to be in rough shape. There's the just to be clear on this. So we did do kind of after the thing of
in rough shape.
Probably won't die if he's left there. But yeah. Cool. Awesome. Anything else, gang? All right. Cool. I'm just finishing up one thing here. All right, let's dive in. Last we left off, if I recall, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but Gwyn did send a message to Huxley, correct? Or whispered Huxley?
I think I might have whispered something to him, but I don't remember.
Okay, you got it. Okay, cool. So yeah, you did get a response back that said, if I'm remembering correctly, that said, "You're being followed, idiots."
Yes. Yeah, we did get that, and she got that message off to Siobhan as well.
You got it. Cool. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to kind of start right from that. Oh, actually, no, we did have a little bit after that because there was a point where you did address that to Brom. Now I remember. So I think we're going to start from Gwyn's perspective. So Gwyn, you have now passed by Huxley's body. You've taken about 3 steps forward. Coming from your perspective, what does Gwyn want to do given the information that she knows right now, which is just you're being followed?
I think she would just keep walking, but at a slightly slower pace. I think we had left off where she had kind of slowed down in between where Siobhan and Brom were and where Huxley was.
Right.
So I think sort of after just sort of looking behind her, she would just keep going and mention to Janshai that she's sure that where she's staying is somewhere around here. We should just keep a really clear eye out for anything, and just try to be more aware than she usually is of her surroundings.
You're telling him to be aware of anything? Because I don't believe he's aware of anything that's going on.
Yeah.
for a car.
Yeah. So until she knows a little bit more, I think just keep walking for a little bit just to see what happens next. For
Okay,
right now.
you got it. All right, sweet. So as
Can
you
I still
are,
see where Siobhan and Brom are?
you absolutely can. Yeah. So I'd say you're keeping about a good, because you're not really trying to be like stealthy with them, right? So I'd say you're only about maybe 15 feet back, enough to be able to hear like any sort of like loud conversation, but any conversation that would be within like a normal level for two people that are close together, you cannot hear right now. You hear Janshai, this hulkingly large Goliath tiefling, takes a second. I think Gwyn, with your experience and knowledge of knowing how awkward situations like this could be, you actually, I'll say, Gwyn, roll me an insight check. I'll say with advantage though.
That is a 16.
16, cool. With a 16, you hear Janshai look up extremely quickly at the sky, and then kind of like looks back down and seems to be like, stars, pretty. You know that he thought about the phrase before he looked up as like what do I say? I could talk with the stars. Okay, the stars look pretty.
She would say, yes, they are. I think she would slow him down even a little bit more just to give Siobhan a little bit more, like maybe like 25 feet between them.
Okay. Give me if you're doing so just like with like your pace, I do imagine you've also noticed that like probably like you've had to kind of like probably like tug Janshai back a little bit, but like a couple times as he is significantly taller and bigger, and is taking long strides and is probably used to walking a certain pace and is not,
Yeah.
So it's already been like a little bit of like a tug there. So go ahead and either you can say something or like just I'd say probably give me like a persuasion check with advantage.
Yeah. I think she would say, so I haven't been completely honest with you, and just sort of slow him down a little bit.
Hold on 1 second. He stops. Okay.
We don't actually have a place to stay. She's kind of my only contact here in the city, so I just hope to stay close, but not too close. Do you know what I mean?
Is that what you were not being honest about?
Yeah. I didn't, This city is very new to me.
Okay. Yeah. It's dark right now.
It's very dark. So if we could just, keep a little bit behind them, just until I know where she's going. And that way I can find her later.
Okay. Oh, they kept going. We should. And he just like picks you up with like one arm, like no problem, and just moves his pace to like close the distance. Or no, sorry, you wanted to keep further back, right?
Yeah, like probably for that conversation, how far they are now is probably perfect. Like that 25 feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
He does still do that. He does pick you up and like starts moving forward, and like you just have to be like, no. This is good. You can put me down.
Yes, we're good.
Cool.
As we were stopped, I was looking around to see again if I could see anybody following us.
Okay, cool. Roll me whatever check you would like.
Yeah, I think the only thing it can be is perception, because she's not really looking closely enough for like investigation or anything. It's more of a quick scan.
Cool. Yeah, go for
Hey,
it.
that's not terrible though. That is 15.
15? Not bad. You do notice that there is a there looks to be a figure in the like sort of like top floor of a tall window. I'd say maybe like fourth floor. That is like kind of like has opened their like wooden shutters and is looking out into the night and spots you all. And I'd say with a 15, you notice like a kind of a frail face, humanoid looking, just kind of like maybe pale skin under the stars. And just shuts the door. Gates. That's it. Coming back to Illiar, Siobhan. Brom is looking down at you, and his expression has changed a little bit in your questioning. I'd say with your like holding him by the arm and you having that connection there, no roll required. You get the idea that there's a moment of just general suspicion. Someone, you've not really played yourself off as anyone other than a rather clever tiefling, but this could be a moment of like you being recognized as more than just a citizen.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense. Knowing this, do you say anything in to calm that nerve?
I think she would. I don't know if she wants to calm that nerve. She's just gonna like blink up at him and be like, well, back to our conversation before the rabble interrupted us. As I said, I'm new here and looking for work, and I would love if you could set up a meeting with Hadrian. I see some gaps in your organization that I am quite capable of filling.
Interesting. You say this on the street?
I mean, quietly to him. But
Okay.
Yeah.
Roll me a d20 and add your charisma modifier.
I don't have high charisma modifier. 4?
Cool.
Starting off great, guys.
Carrying from whatever your lowest possible roll that wouldn't be a nat 1 in your insight, he can't help but have his eyes narrow a little bit. He's continuing walking, still, like arm there. I'd say he probably doesn't even like, I think he would like offer to like kind of have like a hand to like hold your hand while it's on his arm, but I don't know. I think Siobhan, if you did that, would there be any sort of like, no, because it's an awkward thing, would there be any of like a just kind of like a flick or like something that would be like, this is weird, or I don't like that?
So like I have his arm and he puts his hand on top.
And he puts his, but that would have happened before this conversation. Like, sorry. So this would be happening kind of like during the conversation. It's not like he did it just now. So you could have like kind of like been like, oh, well, like whatever you want to do there. I don't want to.
I would still want to stay in contact with him, but I don't want my hands to be restrained easily.
Right. That's what I thought. Cool. So do you think, we'll just say for simplicity's sake, you just kind of like played like a, I don't know, like a weird, like, I don't know if you played like a weird game of like who puts their hand over top the other, and eventually he just quits. But whatever, for whatever reason, that's the position that you're in. And he goes, Seems for someone who's new to the area, you know a lot of things. How do you know his name, Hadrian?
I'm a decent thief. Not too bad at forgery, but my real gift is in dealing in information. And you and your group seem to have a gap in that, because clearly your information is not well handled or controlled, or else it wouldn't have been so easy for me to find these things out.
At this point, he does put a hand over your hand on his shoulder and goes, I wasn't aware this was a business meeting, but if it is, I don't know if I'm the right one to talk to.
That's fair.
What avenues did you come by this information, if I may ask?
A girl doesn't reveal her secrets. And whispers can be heard by those who know where to listen. Little rats tend to talk a lot.
I think, putting the narrative a little bit into Siobhan's reins, Kiki, what do you imagine the scene looking like at this moment in the walk? Do you imagine the street being shorter, like thinner at this point? You imagine there's less people. There's a lot of conversations being had right now, and I want to make sure that the atmosphere is clear for the both of us as you're talking.
I imagined, because you said it was a rougher part of town, late at night, so I imagined it's like the night quiet street, like walking home from a bar in a shadier part of town. There's not a lot of people out, and if you do see people, you might see someone down by an alley that just scurries off into the darkness, not people that want to interact with each other.
You got it. Okay, cool. Okay. Trouble reading my dice. Going blind. With a question like that and responses that are with zero information, you see the hand that isn't put on top of your hand is trying to lift your hand off in a gentle way, not not trying to restrain you or anything like that, but just a gentle way so that he's able to stop and face you. And he's gonna look deep into your eyes for a second. You still have contact with him. roll me an Arcana check.
Oh, shit. Oh, that's not bad. 17.
17. Looking at his eyes, he is looking deep into yours, trying to find something, trying to figure you out. I would like you to roll me a deception roll with advantage, as this would be a point where he could possibly be trying to look through the disguise.
Natural
of Illiar.
20.
Cool.
For a 24.
All right. So in that moment, as he's kind of scanning your face, I believe that you are very capable, and you're obviously very lovely. In the interest of being candid, I don't know how much you have heard, but between you and me, this is not a gang I would find to be in proper shape for you to safely join. Your feature, that empathic bloodhound sort of thing, you feel a genuine concern, which is interesting. I think new, for whatever Kara would recognize in Brom. Brom, for the most part, has been a lackey of sorts to be able to kind of join in Hadrian's gang, and has kind of most likely moved up in the ranks, obviously, from where he's at. But even then, the concern in his voice actually is genuine. And you also hear a little bit of that same panic.
Okay.
Something's up.
She's just gonna run her hands up his chest and lean into him and be like, well, if not his, what about yours? Or do you plan to stay on the ship?
Perhaps it's best that we leave this here for tonight. I would like to see you again, but as I said, things are unclear at the moment.
Well, just... how will I get in touch with you?
With that, he leans in closer, kind of steps into that personal space that you're already into, and goes, "You've already figured out so much. I'm sure you can find me." And he leans in to kiss you.
I reciprocate. If I have to roll a performance check for this, I will, but as passionately as possible. I want to leave him wanting more. I want to Margot Robbie, Wolf of Wall Street this kiss.
You got it. Yeah, give me a performance check with Nalani's advantage.
That's not bad. That's a 19.
Yeah. Yeah, I won't go into details of it, but like there's a point where he like has to like he kind of has to break away a little bit, and good. You make it. Will you be able to make it back safe?
Well, if I can't, I don't think I'd be worth your time.
That's a good point. Yes, I'll walk you back. And now you're like, oh wait, whoop, because that's true. This is dangerous streets.
Mm-hmm.
You want him to walk you back to your place now?
We're staying at the... Oh no, I can't say that because New Moon's there. I was gonna say we're staying at the... What is it? The Sea Glass Spire, but...
Yeah. I mean, you can.
Yeah. Because it's close enough to the stacks. Yeah. We're staying at the Sea Glass Spire.
Okay. So for the record, and I apologize if I screwed this up before, but the Sea Glass Spire is actually, it's on the takes and it's actually closer to the belly. So it's in that weird sort of spot between...
Would I know of a bar or restaurant kind of near the stacks? Like near where we... Like an inn near where the stacks are?
Yeah. So the obviously besides the inn that you had just come from, the Foggy Flask is like dead center in the idea of where the takes are. So it would be probably like the best place to kind of like turn around and head that way. And so.
Perfect. The Foggy Flask. That's where we're staying. Me and my friend.
Ah, well, be careful. A lot of people not on our side of the fence over there.
Yes.
But I'll be happy to walk you
We'd appreciate
there.
that.
And there's like a flicker of like, my apartment's right there. Why did I say that? That's stupid. And then
Yep.
and then a turn and now walking towards Janshai and Gwyn.
She probably just saw me make out with this guy in the street too.
Yep.
Hopefully.
It's full like freshman year college, like, come on, man. All right, I'll walk away. I'll pretend I'm not seeing what I'm seeing.
Yeah. I think she takes the opportunity to sort of turn them around, just so that we can get a look behind us in the guise of giving them their privacy.
Cool.
And yeah.
You stop to like turn, and Janshai's like, oh, okay.
Oh!
He's super cute and he's nice. She's gonna just go for it. Like,
You got it.
he's too nice so
Cool.
far. Like, he's probably done bad things, but he's sweet.
I rolled a 4 on the
Oh.
passion of that kiss.
Great. I feel like Gwyn is pretty good at kissing, so can she like take control and like turn it into
Absolutely.
better? Like,
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
'Cause-
100%.
But without him knowing that she's doing it, he totally thinks it was him, the whole thing.
Yeah. Go ahead and give me a performance check on that. That's a roll.
24.
24. I do think this is something that does not affect, for several reasons, something that does not affect Siobhan and Brom, two tieflings kissing, may affect Gwyn and Janshai. That Janshai's horns are pretty large, and yours are protruding out, correct?
They go behind her head.
Oh, they go behind. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, but his are like full bowl like level. There is a moment where I would like both of you to roll a dexterity saving throw, and he rolled a 3.
Sick.
That's something I've never considered. The complications of tiefling,
Horns, yeah.
romance.
Horns, absolutely.
Hey man,
and
have
I
hyperphagia and it works.
rolled a beautiful natural 1 for a total of a 2.
Awesome.
You guys are fully locked.
Fantastic.
Like kiss.
Yep.
So, what was the performance check on that?
Like 23, I think. 18 plus 5.
Like, amazing, super good. And like honestly, Gwen, you're like, this guy's like putty in my hands, and then you go to like pull back, and you're like, uh-oh.
Yeah, she's like, oh, yeah, that happens.
Oh.
Fully
And this
picks
is
her
like
up off the ground.
you're in the air. You have to
Oh,
be. Like there's just like a no, like
he's
yeah.
a
So there's
full foot taller than she is, at least.
there's a point where I think he lets you go, and you're just hanging by the horns.
Yep.
Wait. Oh no,
no.
no.
Oh, Jessica,
Uh,
can you help me?
Yeah, because you definitely see this.
Yeah. I call out, yeah.
Janshai just instinctively turns in that direction, and all of Gwyn moves.
I think she's like given up trying to untangle.
Slight
and
swing.
Like, this is my life now.
Sorry. I like you rolled a nat 1 and he rolled a 3.
Yeah, you're terrible.
You guys are not getting out of this on your own.
I'm
Gwen is
absolutely
going to
pulling Brom.
call out to Illiar.
Yeah, we're coming. We're coming.
Brom is just laughing. He's not helping at all. It's just oh, this is good. This is a good story. This is good.
This,
Good.
yeah. I hope
Janshai, just look up. Just look up. And Janshai puts his head up, and then now there's it's right when you good. Yeah, good. That's
I think Siobhan's probably laughing a little too, because that's a hilarious image.
yeah.
When laughing, so
Ironically, it is a good enough as we move forward from this. Eventually, you're able to get. This is not the rest of Gwyn's life. Eventually, you're able to get out of it. I think there's a certain point you actually like see that like somehow Janshai's effort in trying to get out has actually somehow wrapped around twice. So now it's like really stuck. But after some time. And the good thing about that is that is enough for as you guys turn to kind of walk back, you recognize that the body that was on the ground that fell right in front of you is not there.
he used my humiliation to get away. Good for him.
It's a very good performance for his advantage. Cool. Anything else as you guys are now having to walk back to the Foggy Flask, like full, like, well, whatever you want, kiss goodnight, things like that.
I think
Not
she
things like
would
that,
just
anything else.
do normal flirting, like engage in small talk.
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
Very,
I
very
think-
normal, simple flirts.
Yeah, I think Gwen would also sort of play up her natural interest in people in general, and just try to maybe get like funny stories of like what happened with the horns. Like, what are some other really funny stories of some people you know? And share a few of herself as well, just to sort of get an idea of maybe some newer names that Kara might not be aware of.
I love that. Give me, so I think for both of you on the way back, and this is going to take up the entire time going back, give me luck rolls, both of you. DC 15.
9.
18.
18.
Yes.
I got
Oh,
half
man.
of that.
You got half of that. I think there's also like a factor of like Brom is less likely to slip up. Sort of. I think what happens is Janshai's there was one point where we were in the now this is Joe. Sorry, 1 second. We were in the blooming orchid, and that was when Melody and one of the other violets. And Brom goes, Janshai, the stars, ma'am. Oh. What about? And we're back. And like Brom just like kind of keeps on going. But you catch that as like Siobhan, you're still kind of like holding onto Brom's arm. I think you get like just like surface sort of level of like, we don't talk about the Violet sisters.
Okay.
And I'll give you one last roll on this. Give me an insight check. I'll say it's with advantage, but the DC's pretty high. So the DC's 20.
25?
Cool. I actually thought 25 was the DC, and that would be too high. So yes, absolutely. You get a sliver of anger, not directed at Janshai.
Okay.
So, like anger and annoyance. But yeah, I'd say unless there was anything else, you kiss goodnight. Gwyn, you tell me how you protect yourself this time, Gwyn.
I think what she would do is like hold his head steady by the horns and like kiss him that way so that their horns don't interlock again.
Cool. You got it. Sweet. So dumb. All right. I'm saying that to myself. As you guys say goodnight and start to walk back, you are alone for a 20-minute journey going back. Anything said in that time?
So, I mean, I think we would stay in the bar for like a solid amount of time until I'm certain they're gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then...
I'd say
Okay. What?
I was just gonna say, just real quick, do you get a drink?
Yes.
Cool.
She wants to make sure they're gone, and then hopefully before she leaves, I want to take a look around to see if we're being followed again.
Okay, you got it. At the bar, you see there is a figure that is wearing armor that, with your keen eye, looks to be similar to the chainmail that a guard would wear, but like the under sort of part of it. So there's definitely like there's a little bit of this is somewhat of a cop bar. And the only other thing, in case it comes up, is that your barkeeper is a Herringon named Toffee.
Oh.
Yeah. And he's very happy, very sweet dude. Just happy to be there.
As we're sitting there, do we hear, like, if this is a cop bar, is anybody talking about what happened that afternoon?
Yes, they are. Absolutely. That's a good point. Yeah, there is talk of that they were asked specifically to take the bodies away after some investigation from some people from the Heights, but to take the bodies away, but to leave everything else. So truly, like there was no one to like clean up the street afterwards. This was sent from on high. Basically, like I think some of the guards you hear say like Cedric said so. But also, I think with that, you also hear that like this also was probably passed down from higher than Cedric. And they don't seem to be sure why.
Is there any mention of James Drafton? Because he is the son of a very important gang leader, and I imagine if he was dead or in prison, they'd be talking about that.
That's a very good point. I'm going to say with that, let's put a little bit of a luck on it. Give me an investigation check, and we'll say, you and Gwyn working together, whoever wants to roll higher or help the other, you can.
What's your investigation?
+3?
Same.
Same? Okay. You roll it. You roll it with advantage.
Dirty 20?
Okay. Dirty 20, James Drafton was revived and put into custody after being... someone did try to drag him away, but then was caught and ran from the scene. That night... What time are you at?
It's probably like midnight or later.
Yeah, it's pretty close to midnight. Yeah, but I would say just based on timeline, yeah, so that's all you know. That's what you get with that.
Any word of Kara?
Yeah, I was gonna say, on a selfish note, what are they saying about Kara being back?
Yeah, good question. No word about Kara from the guards right now.
Interesting. So, I have a question above board.
Please.
Because she broke into the Glimmer Shield's house. That's how Timur saw her. Does she recognize who I'm assuming the individual at the bar is as one of the Glimmer Shields? It's been several years.
Right.
But he might look more like his father did.
Right, yeah. Cedric is not here. And you get the idea that this guard is truly like a beat cop. Talking to another beat cop. So no one like that. Trying to think. Yeah, you definitely get the vibe that this is. I think you get the vibe that these guards are so low in their station that they're talking rather loudly and irresponsibly, if that makes sense.
I'm
like loud whispers sort of thing.
We're here. We could try to ask some questions. I don't know if we want to just get out of here, though.
I think we should probably try to get back.
Mm-hmm. It's late. The boys are probably
And
wondering where we
there's
are.
such a thing as pushing our luck in one night.
Yeah.
It's really interesting because I think in this sense, it does make sense for other reasons. But Siobhan, I think you've never felt more uncomfortable. And Gwyn, I think oddly enough, you've never felt more comfortable at a bar in Dare's Wharf, we'll say at least. Like, not to say that guards wouldn't be, up to no good, but it's at least like there's a law involved. If something went wrong, like there would be at least like something that they're at least pretending to uphold. Siobhan, you feel like I'm on the opposite side of the fence here. This is not good. This is awful.
She's
also,
never been in this bar before for reasons.
Yeah. And there are crooked cops. So there's, yeah.
All right. We're not going to test our luck.
We need to organize information so we can direct questions.
Yeah.
In a
there's
effective way.
There's a lot that I picked up on. Yeah, we need to talk. We need to get back.
Okay. You guys head back. In the meantime, we'll say about...
Do we have to roll
Sorry,
to make
go
sure we're not being followed?
Oh, yeah, go ahead and roll your perception checks.
Oof. I hope you did better than a 3.
15.
Okay.
Nothing that you can see.
I would try to do one of those. This is going to take longer to get back, but couple circles, go the wrong way, double back. Just one of those, try to shake, because we know we were being followed earlier, so it makes sense to just do everything that you need to do to shake a tail before taking us back to Huxley's place.
Okay, cool.
Just
I will
to be
say
safe.
with that, go ahead and roll me I'm going to say roll me a survival check with disadvantage.
God.
But actually, we'll say a straight roll with Gwyn trying to kind of like, I don't know. Do you think actually Gwyn? I'm so sorry.
I do think she has experience getting out of being followed by unwanted attention. But she does not have any experience in actually shaking a tail.
Yeah, I think with this, Gwyn, roll me a survival check to see if you give Siobhan advantage or disadvantage on this.
Oh no.
That is not terrible. It's a 14, but I have to subtract 2, so it's a 12.
Okay. Straight roll.
Straight roll, okay.
Okay.
Straight roll. 17 again.
Okay. With a 17, you double back, you kind of like move around to this. You also kind of like make a point too that Siobhan, when you were being told that you were being followed, there, in your, Gwyn, both of you, as a thief that had spent several years in Dare's Wharf, the easiest place to hide is on the rooftops. Mm-hmm. So trying to kind of like be hyper aware and trying to move away from those, it's actually kind of tricky because these rooftops are high and it's very easy to see certain things on there. So, so 17 is pretty good. It's not enough for you to feel confident that you weren't followed.
When we get close to Huxley's, oh god, I don't know. When we get close to Huxley's, I want to find a building that I can quickly scale, take a look around, and then climb back down.
You got it.
Just one final check.
Okay. Give me an acrobatics check.
Okay. 23.
23. Cool. A little tricky to do in a full dress, but or no, actually, you specifically have a dress that you were able to move pretty quickly in. So you're able to kind of like scale to the top. Give me one more perception check, please.
16.
You don't see anything, and that bothers you. You feel like it's like so much easier to like just even be able to recognize you being followed with seeing something. I don't know if you're. I think Siobhan comes down just really bugging out.
Gwyn would lean in and say, "I can make it darker around us. We won't be able to see through it, but it would give us 10 minutes of."
It doesn't move with us, though. It just stays
If
here.
I do it on an object, it will.
But we can't see, and they can see a cloud of darkness moving?
Well, it's still pretty dark out. It would just be darker darkness.
Let's just try to be as stealthy as possible. We're almost back.
Okay.
Okay.
Can we roll the stealth checks? Or is it too late?
I would say it's too late.
God damn it. Okay. We're gonna be trying to be as stealthy as possible and make our way back to Hadrian's.
I would say it's too late in a way of like, truly in a way of like we already rolled. We kind of we're taking that total. Cool. Hadrian's or Huxley's?
Huxley's. Jesus.
Yeah.
They're both H names.
I know, it's weird. Cool. All right. And with a possibly a change of pace, what's going on with our friends being kind of held up in a still somewhat dusty factory? That's a good sound. What are you guys up to?
Weren't we helping out Alastaire with something?
So Alastaire
Yeah.
was drawing schematics, trying to sketch out various things and keep himself busy to try and ignore the pain that he was feeling as much as he could. But I think eventually, given some time, he has questions for Alastaire and Undalith concerning what had happened earlier.
Yes. Cool. Absolutely. Do you want to try to dig into that part of your brain now, or do you want to wait until, like, assumedly everybody's asleep?
Either or. I want to give everybody else a chance to do whatever they want before we dive into that. So I think that's...
Okay. Cool. You got it.
I think
Yeah. Go ahead.
Nolani's kind of retreated some distance with the journal, and he was looking at it, reading. I think he's going to get up and check on Alastaire, approach him. Hey, is there anything I can do to help you? Is there anything you need right now?
Eventually, when I can get up and move around, we'll need to rebuild the have you seen Huxley anywhere?
I haven't seen him since he left. I was starting to wonder. He's been gone. Did he say he was going? You wouldn't know. Hey, Io, was Huxley going somewhere after he got the doctor?
I don't remember him saying that he was gonna go anywhere. I've been wanting to try out a new spell. I think I might be able to reach out to him even though I haven't initially established the link. Though I don't really know if he's gonna answer me back. You know what?
Yes, could you reach out to Huxley? Like,
Yeah.
Could you do that?
Yeah, there's gonna be a first for me. And then he lifts up, he brings his hand to his face. I didn't describe this when he initially changed, but he's still in his more humanoid tiefling look. What used to be like his little mutations now look like essentially tattoos.
Cool. I like it.
But the tattoos actually animate when, like, his eyes would blink, or in this case, you see an animated palm of his hand opens into a mouth as he casts sending into his palm and says, "Hey, Huxley, I don't exactly know how this works just yet, but where are you? You've been gone for a minute. You just kind of ran away, and we're looking for you." And then brings he brings his left hand to his ear, and then if Huxley actually replies back to him, you'll see that move as well.
Cool. 2 minutes pass. 5 minutes pass. Nothing.
Do you think I should go look for him? I wouldn't know where to start.
That's the problem. You wouldn't know where to start at all.
I think Nolani's looking around the warehouse, so maybe a description. I'm picturing probably a, 2-story at least building, high ceilings. Are there like skylight windows in here? Is there a way for him to get on the roof from the inside?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So the warehouse itself is weirdly like it's one floor, but it's 3 stories of that one floor. Like very, very open factory sort of like level. There's some like cut corners and like things like that to kind of opens up into like other sort of like smaller rooms that like would have like 10-foot sort of ceilings, but those are rooms that are off to the side. And for the most part, this is a very open format. But yeah, like looking at the skylight, I think, Nalani, using your kind of like ranger abilities, I think you kind of like gather, like if I were to move from here to here, I can at least get to, I could jump from that space there to going on top of that. And then you spot a ladder that has been propped upwards in a galleyway leading over on top, not galleyway, like a what's the
Gantry.
word?
Gantry.
Catwalk.
Catwalk.
Catwalk is what I was thinking. It might be gantry. I don't know what that is, but like, yeah, catwalk sort of thing. That comes across, but the ladder is up. So it'd be a little tricky, but you could do it.
If you don't need anything specifically, maybe I'll go up on the roof and see if I can see anything coming down the road in any direction.
Also, did Callisto ever make it back here? I could always try sending him after
Yeah.
Huxley too.
We had the whole. Remember, he said
That's right.
people were shaking hands and
That's right.
shaking mouths.
Hey, partner. When Nene goes upstairs, do you think you can do another flyby and see if you see the guy with the big metal arm? Huxley was his name.
Yes, I can do that.
And I'll establish a mental link with you. Let me know as much as you can in regards to that, just in case we need to either try and send for somebody to get him or find help for him if need be.
I'm very confused. Last time you had me go out, I was trying to give you a detailed report, and then you told me that, yes, all good, and you kind of were like waving off as I was explaining the mouth-to-mouth exchanging of words and possibly thoughts. It was hard to tell from...
Yeah.
Did you still want that detailed report?
I think I gave you a little too much to... cover in the initial report. Specifically, what we need to know now is we've got an ally who might have gotten himself into trouble. We don't know yet. I need to know if he is in a state where he's going to need help. So...
Understood.
Yeah, just let us know. Is he hurt? And if he's hurt, kind of where you are, and I think you and I will kind of figure out a plan from there.
Understood. The extent of injuries would not include a metal appendage, as you described?
Right, we're gonna... Well, if the metal arm seems damaged beyond repair, that's probably pretty serious too. But we're specifically looking for life-threatening injuries.
Unfortunately, an understanding of repairing of the materials used, the components of steel, outside of the molecular form of changing things, I'm not aware of what could and could not be repaired. As like full on Io, you're like, dude, I gotta be so specific with you. You like, Io, you recognize in this moment, like, I just need to either tell you one thing or be extremely specific.
Gotcha. I think with that, I'm like, okay, just let us know if he's hurt or not, and then speak to me.
Understood. And you see him just effortlessly fly up to that catwalk. Where Shalani, I think you do look at it and go like, oh, he could just kick that down.
Yeah. I think Nalani's concerned about traps, so he's going to cautiously kind of make his way up. He's gonna, when he gets to that point, he's gonna ask Io, hey, can you get your buddy to help by kicking this down at all?
Okay, yeah. Yo, Callisto, one more thing. Kick down that ladder for Nene. The elf, by the way.
I have to use my feet.
Just move whatever you have to use to make the ladder go down. That's what I need you to do. Down
Okay.
in the sense that he can use the ladder.
Cool. You see him like push the ladder down, and as he does so, you see there is a razor sharp tripwire that appears and flies right above Callisto's head. That like.
Ooh, wow. That's right. This place is trapped. You might want to be a little careful going up there, Nene.
I'll be fine. I think Nene continues, gets the ladder, sets it up, cautiously goes up, looking for traps and anything else he would see. When he gets to the window, he is going to investigate it thoroughly before he opens it.
Give me that investigation check.
And also, while he's making that check, Io does apologize. Hey, Callisto, I didn't know that was going to happen. Sorry, I hope you're okay.
That is a 14.
Okay. Yeah, you don't see any traps.
What do I have? Hang on. Milani's going to take one of his rapiers and just kind of use the point of it to push. I'm imagining it's one of those windows that kind of tilts open and close, maybe. But he's gonna use the end of his rapier. He's gonna like stand off to the side, cautiously, reach out with the point and kind of flip the window open.
You got it. Give me a dexterity saving throw, please.
17 on the die. That's a 23.
23. With the fact that you are actually on what looks to be possibly the opposite end of this trap, it is still another sort of like razor thin wire that seems to come up from like actually relatively close to the ground, like probably like near Yori in the corner. It just comes up and just like goes right up to that sort of spot and like comes like this close to your face, Nalani, that you're just able to kind of move out of the way.
I hate Huxley. Like, really? I said to take down all the traps if we were going to be hanging out in here. This Alastaire? Like...
I mean, he wouldn't want anyone coming in through the roof. And
Yeah,
why would he think you were going to go up on the roof? So...
I think Nalani is going to kind of take the end of the sword, run it around the window, you know, just decide if he sticks his head through there, if it's going to get chopped off, you know, that sort of thing. If nothing happens, he's going to go up onto the roof.
Cool. As you pass by through the window, you see there is an interesting looking like mechanism on the window itself. It's like something I think that you look at and immediately kind of like duck under just to make sure that it's not some like other trap that's coming off. But as you kind of move up, you actually see that it looks like it is like a very thin, it's some sort of contraption that is holding like truly the thinnest sort of like fishing line level wire that you can see that actually goes through from every sort of spot of this skylight. You can tell that like most likely all of the other windows probably have this too. I think instinctively, Nalani, you look at this and go, there's no way I'm not touching that as I go through it. So you just kind of give it a little like, and like just kind of like try to duck out of the way. Nothing happens. I think if you explain it, Alastaire, you're aware of this must be some sort of like permanent sort of alarm spell that has been deactivated.
Because he touched it, deactivated?
No.
Oh.
So Huxley was asked to deactivate the alarms. You get the idea that most likely all the alarms and everything on here works on one sort of system.
He maliciously complied.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I think the idea of like, okay, fine, and he took off all the like booby traps that were like within the space of him working for I think maybe like the hour and a half you guys were gone, but either forgot or thought that it was still necessary to have one that was on the roof. Yeah, Huxley's a very careful guy. But yeah, with that, Nalani, you kind of get the idea. Okay, well, no more traps, and you're able to kind of push yourself out onto the roof.
Is it like a flat roof, a pitched roof? Like, is there a facade? And is there like a facade at the front, like a little lip on it? Like, can I make my way to what would be the front of the building to look down at the road and like be behind a little wall, kind of?
Yeah, I think there's probably like some of those like those weird sort of I'm sure someone knows what those are, but like those weird sort of like circular, they almost look like smokestacks, but they're like cylindrical and have this like almost like spiral to them. Yeah. I'd say you can kind of like hide behind one of them.
Yeah, I think Nalani's gonna kind of hide behind one of those and get to a vantage point where he can see the street and see any of the cross streets that he can see, and like just observe what's going on outside.
You got it. Give me a perception check. Yeah.
That is not great. 14.
14. From your vantage point, you do see that like even with the lip that is over, you could probably get a little closer, but it might be difficult based on you're not really sure what the material is. Like on the very end, it looks like it's some like possibly some pretty thin sort of sheet metal to like allow whatever rain that collects does kind of come down a little bit. But yeah, from your vantage point, I'd say depending on how long you're standing up there, but from the idea of like what time it is, which I would say probably is about maybe like 11:30. As you said, probably like 20 minutes before Siobhan and Gwyn show up. So you don't see anything just yet.
I think Nalani's gonna take. He's just gonna hide there and keep watch on the street.
You got it. Roll me a stealth check.
16. That's a 21.
21. You feel pretty good in the idea of like the darkness of the night and being able to be behind this thing for cover. You know that directly behind you is like one other building and then it's the ocean. So you feel like you're kind of in a pretty good spot to feel like you would see someone coming before they showed up. For the rest of you down below, you hear a door open. The like front door, so to speak, the side door, but the main door. You see a figure drop his remaining invisibility, and you see Huxley has walked in.
Hey, Huxley.
You look like shit, man.
Everybody good?
Where'd you go?
Doesn't matter. It wasn't worth it. Who? Did someone try to drop in from the ceiling? You see him kind of like awkwardly actually immediately perching himself up on the wall and trying to like cross his arms to like look like he's fine.
Ani went up on the roof to look for you.
Oh. Okay. Well, he's still alive, right?
To the best of our knowledge.
Yeah. Did you get my message?
Yeah. Leg okay?
As good as it can be for now. How's your face?
Good, good. What?
You've got blood on your side of your
You
face.
see him kind of touch the side of his... Oh. you should see the other 3 or 4 guys. Okay, good.
Did you get what you needed to get?
No, not at all. I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't know who attacked you or why. I didn't get any of that. I'm sorry.
You left. That's right.
Is there a point where, like, because I feel like Yori would be like, well, yeah, we know who, like, does anybody like
Nope.
Like, does anyone do that or no? Okay.
I was honestly just chiming in to say that I was going to cast Healing Word on him.
Okay.
That's all.
Cool.
Yeah.
You got it. Yeah, you cast Healing Word. What does it look like when you cast Healing Word?
It's just poetry, honestly. And as it goes along, just some of the wounds heal up. There's nothing really visual about it except for the words as he says them take on a sort of weight. Like as you hear them, you can kind of feel that, but there's nothing like that you see. And I guess for this one, he'll just say, "From languid dreams to vibrant daylight's grace, we mend, embracing life's redemptive chase. With alchemy of hope, we're drawn to mend, and in this dance of scars, our strength transcends." And it was what? 7. 7.
Cool. I think like there's a moment, and we don't need to really role play this into too much here, but you recognize that like Huxley like kind of like looks at you and goes, and also with you, and starts to kind of like walk forward a little bit, but you can tell like his step looks a little better. It's just the full like dickish way of like, yeah, okay, it worked, great. Yeah, and I mean, like we mentioned, like last session, it's. I would tell you, like mechanically speaking, he was at probably like maybe like 5 health, so it was pretty rough. So yeah, that 7 helped a ton. But he comes over, looks at your leg, Alastaire, and you can see like I think only Alastaire can be an insight check.
It's 12.
12. You see him look at your leg, kind of like do like a quick sort of like glance up at you, and then is looking like he is looking back down at your leg. And I think he's talking, but you can see that he's looking like through your leg, not like magically speaking, like he's not seeing anything wherever he's looking. As he goes, whoever it was banged you up pretty good.
Did you go and try and find out who did this?
Yeah, I tried to get as much. Yeah, I tried to get as much information as I could. There were some people in town that I hadn't. There was someone in town that owed me a favor, and when I got there, it turned out can't pay back favors if you're dead.
So
You didn't happen to catch any rumors about a guy with a cane hurting anyone, did you?
No.
If you had,
So you fought back.
earlier today, actually, person who did this to me. There was a street fight, a bank robbery, I think, and we I don't want to say fought back, but we certainly didn't stay out of it. This happened when I left. I knew there would be trouble, so I disguised myself and left, and I guess took a wrong turn on the way back here. I thought everyone else was behind me, but we were a little bit farther than I thought.
Well,
If he went out to find who did that, and I mean, he looks like he got hurt. Isn't this whole thing kind of rude? I mean, it seems like we could have prevented that.
At the end of the day, Hux, I think we owe you, so what do you want? That sounded ruder than it did in my head.
The fuck are you guys talking about? What are you talking about?
We know who did this, and I just want to make sure that before we tell you anything, that you don't run off without us.
I was just about to say, clearly we both learned our lesson tonight to not go off on our own. So.
Yeah, sure.
He did say we, it's for the record.
It was Marion. It was Marion, and it was his son that I took the disguise of after I knocked him unconscious. I didn't know who he was.
Okay. All right. Damn. When you guys come to town, you really come to town, huh? Do you know who he is?
I know now who he is, but I don't think that we'll be going anywhere near him again, at least for a couple of days.
Like, on a scale of like 1 to 10, how killable is he? Like, how hard would it be to like go and, you know,
Get even.
just hit him real hard?
I don't know. I haven't been home in a long time, so it wasn't on my to-do list then. So
Like,
I don't know.
easier or harder than like killing a giant rock monster that's underwater and you're all underwater and it's guarding and it's ancient treasure? Harder? You're tired. I get you're tired. I'm gonna
go to bed.
yeah.
Yeah, just make sure Nalani closes it and just resets the trap, or leave it up there. I don't give a shit. You're good. All right, Finn did his thing.
I hand him, or just hold out like some of the drawings that I have been doing, and just tell him to look over them as he's going to bed.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks. We'll talk about him in the morning. You see him he does he gives you a quick pat on the other leg. Just 2 quick taps and then starts to walk off. As he's walking off, he just yells out, "Good night, Nalani." Nalani, roll me perception check, see if you hear that.
That is a 15.
15. Yeah, you hear it.
What? Huxley's back? Damn it, Io, you can message people, and let them know what the heck's going on.
I'm still connected to Callisto. Shit, Callisto. And then messages Callisto to come back.
I'm so sorry. I think Huxley comes back out and goes, "Wait a minute, where's because that would be an important factor. Where's Siobhan and Gwyn?"
They're still on their
They're on a date.
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. Okay. Who's able to walk? Come with me. And that's right when you guys come up to the front door. Main door.
I'm just gonna message through because I'm not trying to make a lot of noise.
Mm-hmm. Who do you message?
I know where Alastaire was last because you have to point in the general
that's a good
direction.
point.
He's
I
on
like
a table. He's not going anywhere. So I'm just gonna say, Alastaire, we're back. Somebody come open the door for us.
I don't know. They left a little while ago to go on a date.
Son of a bitch. God damn it, guys. It's just one night. Good Lord.
They're back. They're back. They need the door opened.
Okay. Unbelievable. Okay. Anybody can open it. I'm going to bed. Good night. And you see him kind of a wave to everyone and no one, and then walks into a room that does not have a door.
I'll go open the door. And when you open it, Yori is just looking at you expectantly.
Also, question.
Hey, welcome
looking
back.
At you,
guys have
with
fun?
a do you know what time it is sort of thing.
He's looking for food. They were supposed to bring back food.
Oh,
we did tell him we'd bring him back food.
Yeah.
Also, question.
Around for bags or.
My heart drops again. It's the bread incident all over again.
Yeah.
Almost
you think like
crying.
She's like, I am a horrible mother.
Do you think any of you brought bar nuts from the bar that you left
From
or
the
something?
cop bar. Stole the peanuts from the cop bar.
Yeah. You had a question.
Yes. Is Gwen's hair messed up after the whole horn locking
Oh
thing?
yeah. 100%.
I think both of our hair's
I don't
probably
know.
messed
Yeah.
up.
I think it's like.
Yeah, probably.
I think Io looks at you with this just shit-eating grin. It's like, someone had a fun night, huh?
Start. Did Huxley make it back? And Yori, I'm so sorry. We forgot food.
That's okay. I think there's some hard bread in one of the bags back.
Again with the damn bread. And I think
we will go get pancakes and eggs and bacon and just everything in the morning.
Okay.
Are there like multiple rooms?
Yeah. So there. Let's do a thing here. So I should probably kind of work out the layout of this, but I imagine because there's a room that's set aside for the, um, like like a sort of set off laboratory that we did talk about before. There's this like weird. Oh, I'm sorry. Weirdly. Shit, that's right. Huxley's I don't know if I mentioned this before, so I apologize if I didn't. But Huxley's like room is actually like that weird sort of like like the cage where like a cage where you would like be housing like not routers, what are they called?
Servers?
Servers, yeah. Like that sort of like thing. So it's like full like see-through. It almost looks like a jail cell. But you can see there's a cot there and like like random like things that would be somewhat usable as a bedroom, but you can tell like so actually Huxley's in full view as he's just like just
Oh, good.
I think
But
he
are
just
there, like,
collapses
any-
under the cot.
Rooms.
Yeah. So sorry, coming back to that. I think along with that, there are 3 other rooms that are kind of set off to the side that as you open them, 2 of them seem to be filled with junk. Like lockers, like that, like big sort of like massive style pieces of just random metal furniture.
Siobhan's very quiet as she comes in. She goes into one of those rooms and shuts the door.
Cool. There's no door.
God damn it.
I know.
She goes into one of those rooms and finds a dark corner and sits down and has a minor panic attack because this feels like cheating on her husband, even though she knows it's not, and he's dead and it's not real.
Oh, yeah.
I think if anybody looks like they are going to follow her, Gwen is going to stop them. Because I feel like Gwen is feminine, intuitive enough to know what is happening.
Yeah.
Because it's been, what, 6 weeks?
It's
8?
been 2 months,
2 months, yeah.
which is not a lot of time.
Not a lot of time. Yeah.
Nalani's on the roof, and I imagine he saw the ladies walk up and go to the door, but he's staying up there just to kind of, like, he has an uneasy feeling about where Huxley was, what Huxley was doing, the girls, everything. So he's just kind of on lookout duty upstairs.
Okay. I'll say, just because there's a reason why I didn't say this, I believe their stealth check was higher than your perception check.
We didn't do a stealth check because you said it was too late for us to do a stealth check.
I thought you did
her
one like as
survival
soon
was
as you left.
17.
No, because you said we couldn't do
Oh,
a
the
stealth
survival
check.
was 17.
The
and I thought it was
survival,
the
yeah.
stealth. Understood. So then we'll say, for the sake of apologies on that, I think I thought that was the stealth check that was already done. But for the sake of that, we'll say, yeah, Nalani, you see them approach. We'll do this. We'll say we'll kind of look at it as what is. Yeah, that's not weird to do. So just a small retcon of Siobhan and Gwyn. Roll me a stealth check.
Uh, 3.
Killer.
Dirty 20.
Good.
Dirty 20. Okay, cool. So Nalani, you definitely see Gwyn. And then just, yeah, we'll say you assume Siobhan is close by. But yeah. 320 is pretty good.
It's that red skin. It just is easy to spot from a distance.
Seems
In
like
the
it's just
darkness,
glowing
sure.
In the darkness. Yeah.
She's just got that
Glows.
after date glow.
Yeah.
After date glow.
Singing a song.
Look,
That
I
hellish
retconned her
rebuke is like
shoes.
just like on the corners of like
her
yeah.
shoes are like silver, so they glint off.
Perfect.
It's yeah.
Are you guys okay?
Yeah, we definitely found some stuff out, but I think we might need
Did you?
to sleep and talk about it in the morning.
But other than the chip on your horn, are you okay?
Just gonna reach up. Yeah, we're fine. There was a.
I think you feel like just the tiniest chip on your horn.
Yeah. She was like, oh boy. All right. Huxley made it back. He, I don't know how or why he was there, but we stumbled over him.
He was
I can
asking where
hear
you guys
you.
were.
I know
Oh.
you can hear us,
Hi, Huxley.
Yeah, can you shut up?
but... are you alive?
Yep.
All
Can't
right.
you like build something that like makes it silent where you are?
I've never needed to, but I will put it on the docket.
Walls do that.
Good night,
okay.
Yori.
Good night, Huxley.
Y'all, the least we can do today is make things a little bit quieter for him.
Yeah, he tried to help in his own way.
He didn't know where you were. He didn't mention seeing you. He seemed like he didn't. If he was around you.
He let us know we were being followed.
Oh, maybe he just
Who
meant,
was-
where are you when you got back?
Truly, the DM fully forgot. So I think there's a certain point where, like, in the middle of the conversation, no, fuck it. Like, he came in, like, went to bed. He's so exhausted, he just went to bed and was like, wait, I was following someone. Wait, were they back?
All the sense in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got a +5 to intelligence. Joe does not.
Wait, who was following you?
Unclear. They didn't cause any trouble, and I don't think they followed us back here. So they might have been following the people we were with rather than us.
Who were you with? Where? I thought you guys were going to meet at a restaurant.
There's a certain way these things are done, and you follow the thread where it takes you. And in this case, it took us on a walk around the city at midnight, in which we were followed by unknown people. But
And attacked.
no,
Then how did?
that was an accident. Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed now, so we'll talk in the morning. Io, you can help Alastaire get comfortable, right? And then she's just gonna go find a place to go to bed.
Good night, Gwen.
Yeah, good night, y'all.
As soon as Siobhan rallies herself enough, she's just gonna come out, walk straight to their stuff, grab her mask, and kind of just sit down on the floor leaning up against something and put the mask on. And she wants to see what Brom's up to right now.
Okay.
After his intrepid evening. Maybe I don't want to see that.
Too late, you said it. Too late. Too late. Let's go.
What is this stream rated?
Roll an athletics check for Brom.
Roll an athletics.
OnlyFans.
Roll a Constitution saving throw. All right, enough of that.
Dexterity.
Cool. So we'll say as you're doing that,
Sleight of hand.
I will. Oh God.
Hey, let's get back. We're adults. We can do this.
About slight, but sure.
Nothing slight. All right, enough of that. Good Lord. All right, you kids.
We have grandmothers watching this stream.
Yeah. Hey, to all our grandmothers out there, you know who we are. Cool. So as you do that, and we will, I think from the perspective you all see kind of Siobhan do this in very quick movements, in spaces of like not even catching anyone's eye. There's no point where there's a spot unless you were interrupting her in what she was doing. There's no sort of space for you to be able to kind of talk. And also Gwyn gave you the space, everybody, like that sort of thing. So as Siobhan doesn't do anything, goes to the corner of the room, puts the mask on, we're gonna cut to Nalani. Nalani, outside on the roof. Can you please tell everybody what you got in your perception check?
22.
22. With a 22, about, let's say, a solid minute after the door closed from Siobhan and Gwyn coming in, it's hard to make out in the complete darkness, but you notice from the difference of the sky that is now in a sort of extremely dark, but that purplish blue where there's a certain point in night where random light seems to kind of fill the sky just enough where you see the silhouettes of the buildings are blacker than the sky itself. You see the silhouette of a figure come into view. Thin frame. Must be relatively tall, probably somewhere between 5'5" to 5'11". Probably female. Alani, just as soon as you see it, you see the figure turn and start to move back away from the roof and disappear. And with that, we're going to go to take our 10-minute break. We'll see you guys in 10. And we are back. Siobhan, as you put on the mask, you see a vision of your friend that you haven't seen in some time. Almost, I don't think it feels like an interruption, but it is something that does kind of surprise you. As you see a porcelain figure. I know I have you. Okay. You see the porcelain mask come up and the like waves of like colorful energy behind. This version of mask you don't see because a lot of times you're seeing masks just showing up as someone from your past. The figure looks at you and goes, "Is this really what you need right now?"
If he's going to be talking about whatever was causing him so much stress tonight with Janshai, it's likely now.
That wasn't my question. You need rest.
I need to do what I came here to do. And if this gives us any information, I can stand it. I'll have to stand far more before the end.
Very well. You see through the smoke that changes from this chromatic light rainbow to the light gray, and then dark gray forming in the middle to open up into a circle, being able to see the smoke on just the sides of your peripheral vision. You see two figures walking back up that same street. Evan, you want to play Janshai? You don't have to. It's up to you.
I'm gonna say no.
Cool.
I don't think I can do it tonight.
That's all good. Anybody want to play Janshai? All right, you guys just want to hear me do two voices at once. That's fine.
Gotcha.
Two very similar voices.
I got you.
You got it? Okay, cool.
Yes.
Thank you. You see these two figures kind of coming from the backside. You see the very like large and just like the rippling muscles of a man that you're like, dude, put on a shirt because it's just too much. Like in a way of like, you know, like you see the guys at the gym and you're like, you did it, you made it, you're done, you're good, you've won the race. That's Janshai. You see from the back, and you see Brom kind of like walking. They're both walking in silence for a minute until Brom breaks the silence and just goes, "Oh, well, that was unexpected.
They were pretty.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they were. I can't believe that's the first time you've got your horns wrapped up in it was just really funny.
Okay, the stars are pretty.
You don't need to say that to me. Hey, buddy, you don't need to say that to me. We're done with that. That's okay. I think we need to go see the boss before we head in. At least just see if he's around. Maybe he's sleeping. He's not sleeping. He would never. So that means we have to go there.
Are we gonna tell them about the girls?
You see him kind of give this, stare out. No reason to. I mean, it's not like he's heard this story 1,000 times, been on the opposite side, probably more successful than we were, but no, it's not important. It's not important. But he needs to know what we know. And looks at Janshai as if Janshai, you get a look at Brom that is a familiar look of you know what I mean, and Janshai, you absolutely have no idea what Brom means.
I think he knows everything I already know.
No, about the... Oh, did you... I guess, yeah, you haven't heard. Okay, well... then just, do your normal thing of just standing behind me. I hate it in that place. It was great when it was just a brothel. Everything was where it was supposed to be. They had their side of the fence. We had ours.
Is this about a fence?
No, okay. At one point in time, if you remember, there was our gang, and then there was their gang. Right?
Yeah.
And then our gang took control of another gang, and their gang is working on taking control of another gang. And lo and behold, look who's marrying who. That's what I'm getting at. Do you get in this head? He's kind of shakes your horns a little bit. Do you get what I'm saying?
I knew that. I knew that.
Okay, I know you did.
So we should... I don't want to marry you, Brom. And I don't think that tactically that makes a lot of sense.
Melody,
you should know
idiot.
that.
No, Melody. Hadrian and Melody.
I knew that.
You're invited to the wedding. You better. I think you're an usher or something. You should probably know.
Could I bring the small one with me?
No, no. You can't just. No. Maybe. I don't know. That's not the point. After the wedding, you remember the plan we talked about that we were going to present to him?
Yes, we were going to put the chairs away, and then we were going to go talk to Hadrian.
He's too far gone, Janshai.
Oh.
I was hoping there's a way to be able to get him out of whatever. I don't know. At first I thought he was just being stupid by shacking up with that girl, and now I don't trust them. But it's too late. You and I need to start thinking about you and I. Not in a marriage thing of just getting out.
Could we bring the little one along with us? I liked her.
I really need you to get that tiny melon straight on this.
What if we just killed Hadrian, and then we could just be done with it?
Okay, I'm going to pretend that you didn't say that on the street here. I don't know where your allegiances just went, but the reality is we are where we are because of him. Nothing has changed that.
But you just said you wanted to get out of this, bro. If he's the reason we're at right now and you want out of that.
Because. And you see at this point they're at the door of the Blooming Orchid, and you see two elven women kind of coming out because Kara might not be dead.
I think Janshai looks around and he sees the elven women and just kind of does like at them to see if they flinch.
You got it. One of them does, one of them doesn't.
He just looks at Brom. She could be anywhere.
Okay, all right. Do me a favor. Can you just, for the next hour or so, just shut the fuck up. Just don't talk for a little bit, please. Okay? I will do the talking if Hadrian is able to talk, okay? You just dream about the little one that you literally were carrying in your horns for a little bit. Okay, hello everybody! And as you see Brom and Janshai open the door, and you can hear this like kind of distant sort of sound of this almost like old-timey piano. You actually feel, Siobhan, the scrying not just stop, but start to and then come out.
Not a bad thing to have on a brothel.
Exactly. And with that, I think, this being like the third time I think this happened, it's less of a like, it's more of just like you were able to take the mask off. That's all.
She takes the mask off. Curls up in a little ball. Just on the floor where she is. And then just starts feeling extra super bad because now she feels like she definitely manipulated the shit out of a potential ally and one of her old friends. So now she just feels like trash, and she's gonna lay there hating herself for the rest of the night until she falls asleep.
Okay. You're not. I mean, at this point, you're not. I don't believe you're in this. You're in that separate room, or are you?
Nope, she's just sat out. She
Okay,
grabbed her
she's
stuff
just
out of the
laying
bag
there.
in the common area, put the mask on for 10 minutes, took it off, and curled up on the floor with the like dead eyes.
Love it.
I think Gwyn would go over, and if Siobhan allowed it, like sit propped up against something and just let her put her head in her lap. If she allowed it.
She is not fighting anything.
No talking, just girl time.
Anything else from you all before you drift off to sleep?
So, before Yori goes to bed, he's gonna go up to Alastaire and say, "Hey, would you help me with an experiment, really quick?"
Can I do it just sitting here?
Yeah. You don't have to move or anything. I just kind of want somebody smart to watch because I just, or maybe magic stuff, and just hold on. Above board, how big is, we're like in a warehouse kind of, aren't we? Kind of.
Yeah.
So
huge
how
warehouse.
tall is the ceiling?
So 3 stories, but only 1 floor. So I'd say 30 feet.
Okay. Yeah, that's plenty. So, Yori puts on a backpack that just has some random stuff on it, and then I'm gonna use Giant's Might, turning me into large size, and part of it says, I just had this up. Basically, it says that, oh yeah, there you go. You become large along with anything you are wearing. So does the backpack also become also enlarged since he's wearing it?
Yes. I don't. It depends on what you're. I'm saying this because I know who's asking me this. I don't think necessarily the contents get bigger in the bag. If that makes sense. I'm gonna ask what your intentions are, because there's certain things that become breaking.
Sure, yeah. I'm trying to find out whether if I'm wearing a backpack, that the things in the backpack also grow. That's basically the if, you know.
Yeah, I don't think it does, because I think the reason for that statement is for like weapons themselves get bigger, or like, you know, everything
Well, there's
everything
a separate
gets
one
bigger
for
so it
weapons,
fits.
but yeah.
I'll tell you this: if you're not going to tell me specifically the intention, I can only tell you no.
Is this for your cannon?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. Let's say the intention will become more clear if I say that the backpack is full of gunpowder.
Okay. Yeah, I think for the sake of the argument, for now, we'll just say yeah, absolutely, that's fine.
Okay.
It could become like temporarily more. I think, yeah.
Yeah, or the grains are bigger or whatever it needs to.
Yeah, I like that. That's fine.
Yeah. So then he's gonna take it off and just sort of put it on the ground and see what happens to it at that point. Like if he's, you know, he's using Giant's Might, he grows with it, but then he takes the backpack off, and I want to see, you know, the idea is, again, does an item stay large if I let go of it after I've grown with it?
Let's allow this to be just, I think, a straight up luck roll at this point.
Okay, sure.
I'm sorry, you roll.
I did 11.
11 is just at that point. So we'll say with that, like, you get the idea that, like, I think you probably start kind of like see it start to like kind of like come back to normal, but it's a very slow process, maybe.
Yeah, like yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's it. Yeah. So okay, all right. So, it's shrinking a little bit, but okay.
It seems like like a field, Yori. Like it's just around you. So anything that interacts with that field, I think. So when you set it down, it's too far away.
Okay, but it's like kind of slowly wearing off to a certain extent. All right.
Yeah.
Cool. And then he's gonna turn it off. All right. Did you see anything? I'm just curious about, because they taught me that when I was at Muspelheim, and I don't really understand magic all that much or what I can do, and it seems weird sometimes. Like, my hammer will grow with me, but then, like, if I throw it or drop it, that's I just kind of wanted to see what could get bigger, and we've been in a lot of danger lately, and I feel like I need to get to know some of the parts that I kind of have ignored a little bit better. But I just wanted you to take a look at it just in case, anything went wrong, or so somebody else had an idea of kind of what happens.
Okay. Again, I think it's like a field. So as you or like an aura around you. So I think if anything that is within it, possibly, but very close to you, would grow. Maybe.
Cool. Maybe we can try some other experiments sometime. I'm curious. Yeah. Anyway, thanks for watching. I'm gonna go to bed now.
Good night, Yori.
So he go. I mean, it's really one big room, so he probably just goes to the other side of the room.
There are separate rooms. The tricky part about it is that there's just no, like, it's just like, it's like this factory floor is clearly designed in a space of like, there's no privacy at all. There's no reason for that.
It's not a house. It's a factory floor. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So like, there's a room that you would be able to like someone would have to come in to see you. But yeah, that's it.
No, I'm fine being out in the open. I think one thing he does do is he takes the bag of holding that he had put the gold in, and he dumps it all out on the floor. And then he climbs on and curls up and just goes, "Hey, look, I'm a dragon." And then he lays down and tries to go to sleep on a pile of gold.
I think like full on Yori at this point like says that and then immediately goes to REM sleep. Like, just like
yeah, like one of those people is just like, "Oh, sleep now."
Yep, and out. Incredible. Anything else, gang?
Yes. Before Io goes to sleep, he's probably already gone to his little room or whatever, and he casts another sending, and this one, he just says, "Hey, wanted to hear your voice. I'm doing okay. I hope you are too. Running with old friends and new. Love you." As he sends that to Eris.
You got it.
think Nolani's gonna stay on the roof, just watching. Eventually, he'll go into his trance up there. He's enjoying being alone.
Okay. You got it. I'm trying to keep myself from the tangents of. I do think and we'd have to look that up later, but the differences between worn and carried on the item stuff, because it says specifically things that are worn. So, but we'll look into it later. Cool. Does Gwyn do anything?
Yeah, I was waiting to see if Io got a response from Eris, but
Io does. The DM is not ready to answer that. So if you want to go first, and then I'll
interrupt.
catch up.
So,
no, I appreciate it.
I think if, after Siobhan falls asleep, Gwyn would stay pretty close, but spend an hour trying to bring Houston back, since he was poofed out. But it takes an hour and 10 minutes, so she would take that time.
That's fun. Roll me an Arcana check.
Yeah. Wow, these keep rolling pretty good. That is a 24. No, 18 plus 6. Yeah, 24.
24. Cool. I love that. You see... Cool.
And if it makes a difference, she is trying to, rather than do it through like her warlock book, through the new spell book she's sort of been trying to create.
Okay.
Throughout the past few days.
Do you have, because there's like a specific thing where you have to have like magical ink for that?
Yes. Yep. We bought it when we went to the
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yep.
She had some from before too, just, leftover spell school stuff.
Okay. Gotcha. In what form does Houston come back?
She's gonna let him come back as a cat. He has been an owl, he has been a rat, he has been poofed away a lot of times. So he gets to be a cat again.
Cool. When you see Houston poof back, you see a little tail in his mouth. It's a little tiny mouse tail.
What have you got there? I think she would just sort of, not her hand, but hold out like a cloth for him to drop it into.
You see Houston just kind of like pull back.
Let me see it. I'm not going to take it. It's yours. I just want to see what it is.
And you see a mouse kind of comes out and goes to like take off running, and you see Houston like go and like try to run after it. As that happens, wow, that was close. The mouse just gets away, like kind of like moves into the door. But as that happens, Gwyn, you got a little bit of a look at it as Houston kind of dropped it right in front of you. You notice that the eyes of the mouse were not black. They were like a weird, like pupilless light blue.
Does it look like the animals that Pilkit had, or does it look like a regular mouse?
Thinking back, looking at the figures, every animal that seemed to be in Pilkit's bag looked a little odd. Something was off about them. So
I mean, she's used to that with Houston, so that makes sense.
Yeah, in that same sort of vein. So like looking at that little mouse, you didn't notice like anything like specific about like the other animals having like weird eyes or whatever, but that's certainly not a bad guess.
She's just going to look at Houston and say, "We're going to go visit a new friend tomorrow. We might meet some more like that."
And just like seems to understand, but then just goes right to cleaning himself.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So, as you guys bed down for the evening, we're going to take a journey into our mind palace.
Nothing bad ever happens there.
Nothing bad ever happens there. Alastaire, I think you're not really sure if you pretend to sleep and fall asleep or pretend to sleep and have just successfully kind of fallen back into this. I think as you come back to seeing the giant spire-like palace in front of you, it doesn't matter. Like that part just doesn't. You need to check in on something. Take the reins. Where do you go?
So I think the first thing that happens when he appears there is just like a primal scream of pain and just retching as he lets all of that he's been holding in, trying to maintain some composure in front of everybody else. Just this is his place; he can do it. And I think it is one of those that like reverberates everywhere. So I think they know he's there as well. Like it's not a.
Okay. Oh, I love that. Cool. You do so. You like have a full. Roll me a Constitution saving throw with disadvantage.
It's a 7 with the other dice being a nat 20.
Okay, got it. With a 7, you start and you can't stop. At a certain point where you recognize this is something I need to do to be able to like let this go, and now you're in a weird spiral where I think like in your weird to say, but in your mind, you are now at a point of like, oh, this is worse. And something interesting that happens here, you're actually when you start that, I think you like kind of like drop to all fours and like you said, just kind of start retching on the ground. And as you're trying to shakily get back up, your leg hurts. It's not supposed to hurt in here. And you look at it and it's fine, but it hurts.
Yeah, I think it throws him off, and I think he intentionally and even more so subconsciously brings back his old cane to put some weight on, and then does that, try and compose himself as best he can, and wipes his chin and walks more with a purpose towards the laboratory.
You got it. As soon as you walk in, there's typically a pathway. Usually I think it's you walk in and then whatever the first door is the door that you want. But in this case, as you walk in, you actually see Indulith kind of like meeting you halfway in the doorway. As you see her, you notice that there is a she is like clutching her shoulder like this, but she seems to like have moved quickly, and however she moves here, she's not like out of breath, but she seems to be hurried. She comes up. What's wrong? Are you okay?
No, I, I nearly died tonight. Where were you?
I know. I'm so sorry. My explanation will not make it right. Everything is fine and will be fine now. But I know you'll want to see for yourself.
Sorry, see what?
I know you, Alastaire. Words are not nearly as good as evidence. And you see with that, you see her kind of turn and start to kind of like move. And you see that she's now floating towards the door that you know is the door you want to go in.
Just as I'll start following her, but just before I can see in the room and before she steps in, go. I need to know now before we go in there. If I would have died tonight, or that cane would have been stolen, what would you just take on a new owner, or what? What would happen if I lost possession of you?
Roll me a charisma saving throw.
22.
The 22, she stops just before she kind of phases through the door, looks back at you, turns back around, comes towards you. You see she lets go of her shoulder and runs her hand along your cheek, goes, I told you. It's going to take much more to take me away from you. And as she runs her hand down your cheek, you feel ice cold liquid. Looking at her shoulder, you can see there is an open, gaping wound.
I'll put my arm out onto her, my left hand onto her would be left shoulder, and kind of touch it and just kind of push myself slightly in front of her so that I enter the room first.
She doesn't fight you. She backs up and you walk through, having to open the door as you normally do. As you walk in, you see the very large hall. In some areas, I'd say closer to you, to where you enter, look to be pretty much exactly how it was left. Looking at the other desks that you now notice, like walking through it a second time, like now kind of like almost like are actually fashioned weirdly in a classroom almost setting. These desks are much larger than school desks, but it's like you're in a weird, like a larger than life classroom. You still see the like various sort of like things along the desk that are the actual physical representation of things that you've thought about as ideas to work on. whether that's like weaponry or things that you're trying to figure out. You notice that Nalani is like sitting on one of those desks, just kind of just twiddling his thumbs and just waiting. As you move through, continuing to kind of move forward, you notice that the desks themselves seem to have been moved back into place and not perfectly. The figure that is Hothier, you do kind of look up, and there's like a weird sort of sense of like uneasiness, but also a weird sense of relief seeing that he is still chained up. But you notice that he is very much awake. You can hear that low growl from the figure as you enter, and you can see those bright purple eyes, almost pink from the anger, and like you can see he's a full like a very much like a caged gorilla, but not even able to move his arms, as his arms are kind of like clasped to either side. Give me an investigation or perception check, your choice.
27 investigation. And can I just tack onto this that, and I don't know where you're going, but if I could get somewhat closer to Hothier, I am curious, since this thing has existed in my mind, does it have any passing resemblance whatsoever to me, to Alastaire?
Interesting. What do you think you're rolling for that? Because I don't think that's investigation. I think that's either nature or insight.
We can do nature.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll at nature.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Cool. Where do you look first?
I honestly think I look at the eyes. And I also know, and I'm sorry I'm throwing all this, that all of us are connected in this room one way or another. I want this to try and be as much a me thing, if it is at all possible.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I think there's the quick answer here is yes, this is absolutely some sort of representation of you. Looking at the eyes, it's funny. The answer is yes, but looking at the eyes would be probably maybe the furthest from you. As far as like what you would recognize when you look in a mirror. Your various expressions, none of them are this. None of them are rage. Ironically, I think where you see it the most is something that I think you've never noticed before. That looking down, I believe it's the left leg, but correct me if I'm wrong. Looking down at the left leg, you notice it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it, but you do see that there is a weird form of like natural, like, I never know if the word's chitin or chitin, this weird sort of natural armor that has formed around that leg. Everything else about this figure is only to your eye, as a like someone who would study something biologically and clinically would recognize that like this is your muscle structure if it was engorged, like things like that. With a 23, as you're like staring at this creature and trying to kind of get an idea of like, trying to figure out the things that were talking about, you also notice that going from the, we'll say the left fist, you see that there are fresh fresh bruises and marks on the wrist. And looking at the chain is extending now to a different piece of the machine, of this like mechanical machine. It's almost like there's another sort of piece of metal that was put in place there, and it's not very far off. Looking further off, you see a massive torn piece of the of what you see to be a cage that they managed to have put around him just in case on top of that. You also see the other Alastaire.
Is he healthy?
He looks fine. He looks upset. He's looking at you. I think from your, no insight check required here. I think you see him like, kind of like looking like he's going to take a long breath before he apologizes. It's that sort of like, and I think he's like just about to do so.
You're okay? You're fine?
Yeah, I'm...
What caused this?
I don't know. I still don't know. I wasn't ready for whatever happened on the surface. And you hear that phrase, like, that's a new phrase. But I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden he seemed to gain power, and as soon as I came up to you, I could feel, I could hear your pain, and it was so heavy that I had to go back down. And when I came back down, the manacle on his side was already broken, and Undulith was trying her best to hold him back, but he broke through the cage and then grabbed her, and I don't know. I know we need to make a stronger cage. Kind of, we'll push some of this clutter back a little bit, and like points to all the desks of all the other ideas that you have. So we'll push this back a little bit. We'll kind of just make more space, and we'll just make sure we'll make a cage, and then we'll make another cage just in case. We'll figure this out. But I know I messed up. Alastaire, roll me an insight check.
Can I flash of genius myself in here?
I can't think of a better place for you to be able to do that.
Great. So it'll be a 13.
13. Okay. He's not being careful with his words. You feel like everything is being like very like, this is just word vomit and is coming out. And you catch the terminology. When he's talking about messing up, he says, I messed up. When he talks about we can fix it, he's saying we can fix it. And the mention of what happened on the surface is not something you and him have ever said in that way.
You didn't mess up. I put us in a situation neither of us were prepared for. But we will be again. I mean, ready the next time when it happens. He's a man, a slaver. He broke our leg. Next time we see him, we're gonna break something of his. So we have to make sure that he can't break out.
Okay, all right. When you said that, it was kind of like you were almost wanting him to break out. I was a little confused. So, okay, good.
You said Undulith stopped him. But
Yeah.
just barely.
Yeah.
Was she holding back, maybe? Do you think?
What?
This is an
Why
awkward
would she do that?
situation. She has her own goals and motivations, just like we do.
Yeah, of course, she's her own entity, of course. Yeah, she's gonna have her own goals and motivations. But what would help her? And you notice in the background, you see that low growl gets a little bigger as you see Hothir kind of like stretching out, and you see just like this little kind of like neck crack. I don't understand what you meant by that. Logically speaking, in your field, it makes sense. It behooves her to help us both out. Right?
We'll walk over to him.
Yeah.
And like do the hug where it like holds his arms against his side. And
Okay.
put my face right next to his ear and just and say, we can do this together. But she has no interest in someone who can't aid in her task.
Clinton, I would like you to roll me something, but only send it to me, please.
You got it.
So we'll say just a d20. Yeah. Okay. You're right. Look, we started this together. We can keep doing this together. Are you okay with me using her to help?
Would be remiss to disregard any tools that may be available to us.
Say that one more time. I'm having trouble hearing.
I don't know that I would tell you to ever not use all the available tools we have.
Right. Do you let go of him here?
Yeah, I think I let go, but like I still kind of hold his arms for a second and just and look at him like
Cool.
dead in the eye.
Yeah, I think you like see him like he's moving just his forearms as you're holding your shoulders. Yeah, that makes sense. You're the logical one. makes sense to use all the tools available, right?
Yeah, Alastair, that is what we need to do. Because she will leave one day. You have to know that.
Yeah. I know that.
Things are going to get really interesting in the next couple of days with Siobhan and everything going on here in Dare's Wharf. Are you going to be okay? Are you okay? You're not hurt at all? Everything's fine?
No, I'm fine. She's. I don't know how this affects her, but she seemed to take a hit.
Before I go, and unless there's anything else, what do you know about her? Do you know, is there someplace I can go to get more information about her? Any books? Any people? Has she told you where her siblings are?
I think she's relying on you to find that out. You catch that phrasing again?
Be safe. And if there's anything that you need, let me know. Anything.
Okay.
Where is Undulith in this whole conversation?
I think Alastair takes that moment to be like, oh, I didn't see her, and look around and see that she's not there.
You're brilliant. And you're special to me. And I know that we won't always see eye to eye, but we're not supposed to. She is a tool for us for now. Turn and walk out.
Cool. As you walk out, I think as you open the door to the dark factory floor. And you come back. All right. Gwyn, you feel tired.
Yeah. Pretty much as soon as she got Houston back, she would, lay down and try to sleep. She's not fighting it this time.
As you are trying to sleep, roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Well, that's terrible. That's a 3.
You're having trouble falling asleep?
Yep. I think that her mind is just trying to categorize all of the information they learned, everything she needs to do on a personal level so she doesn't get herself and other people killed if her powers just stop working. And she's just bouncing between ideas in that that way I think we're probably all very familiar with. That just means sleep is just out of reach.
I think in the spans of this weird sort of point in the twilight hours, as being someone who has been used to not sleeping, but now feeling tired and not being able to sleep. I think, Jess, you tell me, does Gwyn think maybe it's time to have that talk?
I think probably as we're approaching like 4 a.m., so she's been trying for a few hours now, in that space of the morning where you should not be making decisions, she reaches for her book and goes and closes her eyes.
Got it.
Yeah.
You still get transferred into, you still have that as like pages seem to move all around. I think a couple people kind of like blink a little bit and may see Gwyn disappear, but once you fall back asleep, it's hard to remember. But Gwyn, you notice as you kind of like dip in, there's a point of like feeling like it's just kind of habit. So I don't know, you can tell me whether or not Gwyn notices that there is no eyes looking back at her as she does that.
I think she would. I think she's in that state of mind where you're so exhausted, you are like hyper clear on certain things, and this would be one
Cool.
of them.
You got it. And you find yourself just falling forward, and then everything goes white. And then we see Gwyn in the library.
I think she just stands and looks around, takes
Notably,
a breath.
the first thing you notice is, just like last time, you don't see a librarian.
Yeah. So I think we've said before, when she comes into the space, she does still have like the physical book. Like, even though the book's back there, she still has a copy of it.
Sure.
She is going to take that and put it just down on a table. And it's going to be open to a page where she has started to write like a little letter. It's not finished and stuff's crossed out. And I think she's just going to put her hand on the book, close her eyes, and then take her hand off and just say, "Thank you. You were there when I needed you." And I think there's something that you might not know in all of the wisdom that you have, is that mortals can't help but change. That's just part of who we are and our journey in life. And I'm not going to stop myself or force myself to change in ways that would have me be what you need me to be, if that's not who I am. So thank you again for everything. But I think I need to do it myself now. And she's not angry. There's maybe a little bit of hurt and frustration, but no real anger towards him, aside from the fact that they were trying to mold her in a way she didn't want to be molded. And the past few days, keeping things from her that were hers in a way. But she sort of lets that all go as she just leaves the book.
You don't hear a response. The library has never felt more open and empty. As you turn to leave, there's I think for Gwyn there's a sense of like, at least I got to say what I wanted. And I know you heard me. And I don't think anything manifests in this moment. But Jess, I will tell you that you are able to have a point of inspiration that you are able to use at any point in time, and let me know when you use it. Ideally in game.
Cool. And I will send you the actual letter that she wrote.
Okay. Awesome.
But, yeah. And I assume when she comes back, all 7 years of just her stuff is just now everywhere around her, because she had kept a lot of it in there, like trunks from school.
Fucking love that.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I think what's funny is I think it's actually placed exactly where it was, where you left it, but now in the real world. Yeah. So it's like if you were to imagine this room as being the room that you kept things in, and we'll say for this, for the sake of not destroying anyone, but your sleep. Yeah. This will be like closer to like 6 a.m.
Sure.
But I'd like everybody to roll me a luck roll, please.
Yeah, just imagine everything she took from her uncle's house, her entire dorm room that she packed up, everything she's collected over all the years. Like she never
give me some
in her apartment.
Give me some ideas of like things that would be
I think she would have like, I don't know, concert ticket type stuff, shoes, lots of shoes, books, half-filled notebooks that she started and abandoned, just projects that were half done, ballet shoes from when she was a kid and took ballet for like 2 weeks and then quit, just stuff like that. Everything.
Incredible. I love that. Nolani, you might be the only one that doesn't have to roll because you slept on the roof, right?
Yeah, I rolled I'm the only one that rolled
That's
low.
convenient.
I rolled a 3.
Yeah, everybody rolled high except for him.
That's
I was
incredible.
actually thinking in story it might make sense for me to hear something because I only trance for 4 hours, so I'm probably.
Well, notably, are you on the roof?
I am on the roof still.
That's a really high space with a very thick wall between it, in my opinion. So I don't think you hear anything except, I mean, you might hear the results of what happens, but I don't think you, I'm sorry, that 3 is so useful for this, but I just can't in my head think that like the space that Gwyn is working in is higher or larger than that factory floor.
You know what might happen though? I'm sure she's got a kite or two that she's collected through the years. It could float up through the ceiling.
I love that.
Towards him.
I love that. Yeah, great. Awesome. Nolani, you break out of your trance and you see that there is a okay, cool. There is a very poorly made kite that is just hanging from a string that seems to be going out from the window that you had closed behind you, and it's just hanging out in the air. That's great.
Yeah. I think Nolani's gonna like check the street and the road. It's about 6 a.m. Maybe first light coming out. If Nolani sees nothing in the road, he's gonna go back to the skylight, collect the kite, and go back in the building.
Cool. Awesome. You got it. Alastaire, you wake up and you wake up and you're immediately I don't think you had a good night's sleep. So one of the things that is weird in that is that like waking up from what might have felt like kind of like a bad dream or whatnot, certainly doesn't feel better. That when you wake up, you smell and feel like you're suppressed with a like plasticky leather smell. And for a second, you feel like you might be like bound and gagged. You're trying to push up as there is a pile of high heels and shoes of every style and size that you are now pushing your way through.
Y'all learned
and just
Gwyn is a hoarder, so
pushing off the table. Incredible.
Is this one of Huxley's traps?
no, it's mine.
No, definitely not one of mine. As you see, Huxley has a diary from when you were like in the 5th grade that he's walking out and reading. And going, wow,
Oh God, that would have been, yeah.
I'm sorry, if I can. I don't know
Yeah.
if you guys did this offline, but I know Io sent a sending last night.
Yeah, I'm truly gonna say above board. I think Dan, you do get a response. I truly am not ready for that. So I think it's something you
Okay.
just get personally, and then we'll deal with that when it comes in.
Sounds good.
So, sorry, man.
No, I totally get it. I sprung that on you out of like nowhere, so it's cool.
It's all good. I want to make sure. I think I have to roll a couple things to, like we discussed. It could be significant. It could not be, right? So that's why I'm yeah, that's why I don't want to waste that. Is actually kind of how I was thinking of it. Cool. But yeah, you guys wake up. The sound effects will be very distant for everybody except for Nolani, who has now grabbed the kite and has like made his way down. And you all kind of more or less collect yourselves pretty much probably in front of Alastaire, who is the one that definitely can't move. As you all kind of take a moment to decide, okay, what now?
Yeah, so I need some arrow supplies, so I think I probably need to go back to the arrow shop. I need some
I
arrow
can make
tips,
you.
and I need
I
some
mean, you could just make arrows
fletchings.
here.
Yeah, but
Gwen
you
has
don't
no
have
impulse
any.
control when she's exhausted and is gonna put her hand over Huxley's mouth.
Yeah, there's
You could
like
just
this
make
special cane that I need for the right flex of the arrows. I just don't think you would probably have it here, so I probably need to go back by there.
I think we have a lot to talk about before everyone disappears into the ether. Okay.
Yeah, and
Also, buddy system.
yeah, we need to come up with a strategy because you guys were followed home last night, so I think we
What?
probably need to work out how that won't happen
I
again.
told you.
Well, are you concerned that they know we're here?
Me?
Huxley.
Am I concerned that they know that you're here?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I kind of assumed I was a little too weak to be able to like really throw up anything other than invisibility, and I assumed whatever. I couldn't see them. I could hear them.
So you don't know who was following us last night?
No
Just
idea.
that there was somebody.
Do you know who they
No
were?
idea.
Okay.
What did
If
you
I
see,
can,
Nalani?
I would like to be able to reset my booby traps and just tell you guys where they are.
Yeah, that would probably be a good idea.
Okay.
When you said you could hear them, like you could hear them moving, or
No, I got.
I'm just if this is someone that has arcane means to get around, it would
Yeah.
be useful.
Okay. Right. Yeah. Don't. Don't freak out. I mean, I looks over at Io. I imagine you've heard and seen it all, but I can hear magic. Like messages, things like that.
Did you hear who they were talking to? Context?
they were-
Anything?
No, they're true. They were even like they were just like it was just 2:00, 3:00, and then they mentioned names of everyone there.
Our real
Brom.
names? Or their
Yeah.
names?
Well, they seem to know your name, Gwyn.
They called me Gwyn?
Yeah. Have you given your name to anyone?
I've been going by Veronica.
Okay, so for some reason they know your real name.
Great.
And they did
What?
call you Illiar.
What were their names?
I don't know. They were just saying, like, 12:00, 3:00.
Hmm.
Brom, Janshai, Illiar, Gwyn.
There were
Okay, that's
multiple.
not good.
They knew
I
my
knew-
name too.
So they knew you were there.
Yeah.
Okay. How many?
Sounded like 2. Or give me more.
Okay. Nalani, what did you see? How do you know we were followed?
I just saw a figure. Nalani's gonna describe exactly what he saw.
Pretty rough description.
Well, we were bound to attract attention in this city. I was hoping for a little bit longer, but we were on the scene of a major bank heist, so
You see Huxley is giving you a little bit of an eye at that. Doesn't say anything though.
mhm.
Okay. Like I said, I got no information except that, did you guys know that Daphne is like a high member of the Thieves Guild?
No. That's news.
Yep.
And that fucking bitch, she knows our names.
It's true.
Well,
Why?
And if she sent
Why-
our descriptions ahead, it wouldn't match Illiar's description for Siobhan or Kara.
I'll be honest with you, I don't think she sent our names out. Because I don't think I would have made it home if those people were working with the Thieves Guild.
Then who? The Compass? I don't think you would have made it home if it was the Compass.
I haven't done anything to the Compass that I can think of.
The voice, was it male or female?
Female. 2 females.
Okay.
That knows Gwyn's name despite her using a cover this whole time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm starting to wonder, is there even a point to wearing this mask still?
I don't know. Did Brom seem to know who you were? Either of you?
He has no idea who I am.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. Without a doubt.
Okay. Well, like I said last night, I had someone that owed me a favor. He is not alive anymore to pay up on that.
It's not an uncommon occurrence in this city.
It's the favor.
What was the favor?
Yeah.
That I was trying to collect on? Or what did I do for him?
Your choice.
The favor I was trying to collect on was gathering information on what happened to you, what the fuck is up with the city, why is certain things happening to certain people, and what is the new connections that everybody has with each other.
Well, the good news is that, at least in the less... Kirsten lost the words. Not lucrative. Less... In the criminal side, let's just go with that. In the criminal side of things, it seems that what happened yesterday has been thoroughly suppressed. Probably Marion drafted. There was fear in that suppression. But the guards seem to be talking all about it, so... I mean, at least the law is paying attention. We did hear at the bar, James Drafton has been arrested. He survived and was arrested. So, there's that.
He's probably out by now.
Probably.
Marion
Which one
didn't
was that?
know he was doing
Was that the guy threw off the roof, or
That was the one that Alastair
That was
took
the
his
kobold.
appearance.
oh, that was the one I kicked in the ribs.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one.
Yeah, just something to think about. You might want to know who you're attacking before you attack them.
I just ask one of my friends, and like they point me toward people.
Well, some of your friends are idiots, so
I tried to leave. They stabbed me.
who stabbed you?
People near James. And then after that one went down from Milani's arrows, James came after me, so I retaliated.
Okay. I wasn't really sure if... I guess I haven't heard the details from the horse's mouth yet, but I assume that you forgot to tell me that Kara came back.
Well, there wasn't much time before you ran off to get Finn when we had Alastaire on the table.
I'm talking about this morning meeting. You failed to mention that.
There's a lot I need
You want-
to say that has not been mentioned yet.
You want to know how I know?
How?
Because the fucking Thieves Guild know. So, no, there
That's
has
worthy.
been talk. You're saying it's being suppressed. It's being suppressed.
Not
But
me.
not-
The fact that Alastaire took down James. I'm not saying the whole damn incident was suppressed.
Does Daphne
What
know
time do
your
you think
car?
that shop opens?
There was mention of pancakes.
Yeah, so... Huxley, I made a bit of an announcement,
Siobhan, Kara, Illiar.
and I stole the gold that they were stealing as a distraction. So yes,
See?
the city
Points
knows
down.
Kara is back.
You point down.
I'm still on it, yeah.
It's wait. Wait.
He hasn't put it back in the bag yet.
I just woke up.
It's fucking here. It's here.
Yes. Where else would we put it?
What if it's magically traced?
Alastaire
what do you-
checked.
Alistair would see it.
What do you? Okay, all right, but I'm just like an Arcana check. That's not what you would say. Like you just like checking magically. There's something that might be able to move past spells like detect magic or.
Hey, Huxley, you know how you hear magic?
Yeah.
I see it all the time.
What?
I see magic everywhere all the time. I can tell your goggles are magical. I can see your alarm spell. I could see if there was a magical coin in there. Or maybe, I don't know, I've never seen someone do it, but if they tried to locate something specific in that pile, that I would maybe see it too if I was looking at it. It's an interesting experiment we should try.
You see Huxley looking at you, and there's a million like thoughts and questions that run through his mind. He goes, "Okay, so we don't have to worry about that."
Do you think somebody can smell magic? I mean, if you can hear it and he can see it, you think like there's other people like you could taste it or smell it?
I think yours should
Absolutely.
go with
Feel
Nalani
it.
to get arrows.
I think there's a lot that I need to say. There's a lot that I need to tell you guys. I found Pest. He's sick with whatever that virus is. The virus I asked Finn about. There's something unnatural and wrong about him. He broke in my hands and slithered away. It was the most
Broke in
disgusting thing
your-
I've seen.
Broke in your
His
hands?
bones shattered in my hands and he fit into this pipe like this big. It was, I don't know what the fuck was going on, but he's sick, and Finn said that was a virus or something. So there's that. And then there's talk about this phantom in the city who killed Roshrathus. Roshrathus? How do you say that?
Yeah, it's a tricky one. I do think. Hold on. Roshra Thusk.
Roshrathus.
And I think you and Huxley say that at the same time. Roshra Thusk.
Roshrathus.
Yeah, I know.
Was that your? Did you get you? Roshrathus owed you a favor. That's why you were beat to hell. You went to the Thieves Guild? Or to the Belly?
Yep.
That explains that. The Demon Lilies, as we already knew, now belong to the Burning Rose. I think Marion, I don't know what's going on with Marion, but he's being absorbed by the Violet Sisters, which we all kind of knew already. But Brom and Janshai don't agree with this. There is a lot of upheaval and dissent in the Burning Rose, which I think we can exploit if we play our cards right. Specifically, it was mentioned last night that Kara might be back, and I think it gave them hope to get out of the gang or to fix whatever's going on in the gang. It's something we can exploit.
Any other details?
I only heard some of what was happening, but it does seem like Hadrian, maybe even some of the other leaders, don't know what's happening with things like the bank heist. Like, people are not... I know this is a city of lawlessness, but people are not following the hierarchy?
I think
Maybe?
there's something more going on. I scryed on Brom last night, and the way he was talking, it was like he thought Hadrian was under the influence of someone. the way he was
Like,
saying it was like, I think Melody, maybe someone in the Blooming Orchids. He was talking like had changed. He was different. Everything had changed since he met her or them, or I don't know. I lost
Uh,
the scribe when they went into the Blooming Orchid.
I just. Is no one going to say it?
What about? Hey, Illiar, did you wash your hands after dealing with the broken disease guy? Or were you not talking about that? Okay, you weren't? Okay, cool.
Huxley, were you going to mention
really hope you did.
pancakes? You said, is no one going to say it? Was it Was it the pancakes?
No, it was not pancakes. It just, okay, look. Just be real for a second, Kara. Is there a possibility that a little bit of you wants to believe that Hadrian is under the influence of something?
That I am repeating what I saw in the scry.
You saw Hadrian under the influence of someone.
I saw Brom, and I heard Brom say that there was something different. That
Who is he talking to?
Janshai.
What did Janshai say?
Not much.
Probably the
He's a
stars are pretty.
man of few. He actually did say that at one point to Brom.
Really?
He also
Oh.
said that he didn't want to get married to Brom, which was a weird turn of events.
Oh, buddy.
What
Wait.
are we talking about?
I don't know.
I mean, I just
So you guys went.
kind of feel like this is an unreliable conversation at this point.
It's. You
Well,
know
we
what?
have a lot of information,
No.
but aren't we?
I mean, if
what
they're
are we trying to do?
married and they went on a date with you guys last night, they seem maybe they were up to
That's
something.
not-
All right,
What?
bring
Well,
it
I
back.
just-
You
I
always
think
get
we
on my
need-
case about not telling you enough information. Now you're saying it's an unreliable information, so you can go fuck yourself if you don't want any more information. I'm telling you the truth.
I'm not saying you're not saying the truth, but in one breath, they're talking about not agreeing with Hadrian and Hadrian being under the influence of something, and in the next breath, they're discussing getting married, but one of them doesn't
That's
want
not-
to.
Oh my god, do you not know how normal conversations go, Alastair? People go on tangents. It
Who's
happens.
ever had a conversation that said, "Hey, I'm not going to marry you"? This seems like this conversation was.
Were they
maybe in a
maybe
different
talking about the
context.
wedding and it just went on? I can see how it happened.
Also talking about like the idea of like normal people having a conversation. Hey gang, these are thieves and murderers.
Oh, we're part of your gang.
No, I'm saying what? I'm saying
And I mean,
Fuck,
about
Evan.
the teamwork thing, I mean, little man's always gone on a tangent himself.
it's so easy for me to break out of Huxley when Evan's talking. Let me. No, I'm just saying. God damn, what was I saying?
They're thieves and murderers. They don't have no
Brom and Janshai
They're
are thieves
bad
and murderers.
people.
You
We
get
get
it.
that.
You get it.
We understand. That is not
So what are
news.
you saying, Huxley?
I just feel like a lot of this information feels okay. I'll ask you this: who is giving this information? Is it Siobhan or is it Kara?
They're the same person.
No, they're definitely not.
They're facets of the same person. At the end of the day,
Guys,
Illiar,
I think
Kara-
what Huxley's trying to say is what I've been thinking for a while. You know, how much of this is Siobhan really wanting to, get back to her old life and get with Hadrian and wishing things had been different and or thinking that he had possibly treated her the way that she did because he was being forced to or some sort of explanation.
Damn, I thought
She-
I was being tactful, but yeah, that.
She gives Gwyn a look and then goes straight for the ladder to the roof.
There's a trap up there.
I got it.
Okay.
Just disarms it.
Damn it, Nalani. And you.
I just
So,
So I'm gonna go up and follow her to the roof.
Okay.
I think Gwen is going to look at both Huxley and Nalani and just say, "You have so badly misread this situation right now. At least in part."
Have they though?
Which part?
I
Right
don't know.
now,
Y'all can do
Siobhan
this.
is trying very hard to both be who she needs to be to get the information we need. And it's complicated. But her husband died 8 weeks ago. Her daughter is missing. And I don't think we are taking enough of that into consideration every time we jump down her throat. There may be a time when we need to have this conversation about Hadrian and Kara. But right now, all we need to do is prioritize the information we did get so that we can find that little girl.
You're right.
And she's going to do what she needs to do that. And we can't judge her for it.
You're right. Sorry, Gwen. You actually hit the nail on the head. I was actually about to just say I was gonna go with Shiv and Little Man because she needs to know we're on her side, and I don't know if I'm even gonna really say anything, but I just want to be up there with her, showing her that. I mean, we're not all scrutinizing her constantly. Some of us, at least. I think with that, he's gonna start walking off to join the rest of them too.
And maybe Hadrian is being influenced. And if we can figure out by who and by what and break that, then maybe we can break him. Because we are not going to get any information from that man if somebody else is pulling the strings. So we need to find out who that is.
Just ask the Phantom.
Do you know who that is?
Yeah. That's why I look like this. I mean, not all of why I look like this, just,
Well, the Phantom beat you up.
with help.
Right, I'm sure there was like 7 other guys.
Yeah, there were.
Okay. You're gonna share your information on who this Phantom is? Is it relevant?
I don't think you'd want to hear it based on that speech.
Is it Hadrian?
No. It's her.
I don't see how that could be.
It's not her. There's another changeling in the city.
Okay. Interesting.
Who looks
How
like a
did you know
changeling?
it was a changeling?
Because they look like a changeling. They didn't like change into someone else. They were just
They're in their changeling form all the time.
Yeah,
Or
I think
at least
that's
when they're the Phantom.
I'm assuming that's why they call them that. I will say
Ambush you or
no.
so you know where to find the Phantom?
I honestly think without Daphne, I might have been a victim to the Phantom. which I'm only a little sorry for punching her in the mouth.
So you saw Daphne last night?
You working with the Phantom or separately from?
Oh no. Your friend Daphne and the Phantom are old friends.
The one she was looking for? All right. That's more information. Okay.
I kind of went in guns blazing.
That makes
Well,
And
sense.
not
Gun.
figuratively.
Gun blazing.
Okay. We're going to cut from here. We're going to go to the roof. So we go up to the roof. We see, who do we see on the roof?
Well, it's, say Yori gets up there first while they're having that conversation, and I'm going to look around to see where Illiar went.
I think Io is basically coming up right behind him, and then he's like, "Hey, so."
Well, this is why I was asking, who do we see on the roof?
Well, I kind of wanted to have a moment, because there was that conversation while you guys there. I figured that Yori would go up first, be able to talk to her, and then Io would come up.
That's fine. I'll be as clear as I possibly can.
I think he's talking to me.
Kiki.
Illiar. You see Illiar on the roof.
Thank you. Thank you.
She is also still in the dress from last night.
Cool. I love it. Very, very
Just sitting on the side of the building with her feet dangling and the dress like blowing off it. She's definitely she would be smart enough not to do that. I just realized that would be a big beacon to this building.
I don't know. I mean, like, I'll tell you above board, I think there's a moment of like RP of like recognizing that beats the mechanical like sort of things. There's also a lot, like there's a huge crowd of people now at this point that are like kind of collecting on there. You could do that.
Yeah.
I think it makes sense to the scene. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
As we see your feet dangling, I think there's like a moment that like as you're stewing and like having like trouble, there's a moment where you do remember being a kid on the streets of Dare's Wharf. A young teenager, adult, whatever.
Well, she got here when she was like 6 or 7, so.
Was that? Yeah. Okay. Cool. So a kid on like Dare's Wharf in the first building you climbed and like dangling off the roof, just like this. As Yori comes walking up behind you.
I'm gonna just sit down, kind of, not right next, just close to, not encroaching upon her space. I'm sorry that always seems to happen. I want you to know that I believe that whatever you're doing to find Maeve. So I don't know all about all the kind of the other stuff, but it seems like we have a lot of information, but I can't follow it all.
Mm-hmm.
So what here helps us find her?
All we know, she's gonna turn very specifically away from the street so that her hair falls over her face, because she can read people's lips. It's probably not uncommon for a lot of people to be able to do that. Well,
Okay.
a lot of
Makes
thieves
sense.
to be able to do that.
Yeah.
We know she is in the Feywilds. Connected to the Violet Court? That is an entirely new plane of existence. We need to know who specifically conveyed her there, the point of contact. Maybe if we can get a location within the Feywilds, We can't just blunder the Feywilds with no course. And the best way to find out where she is to find out who basically sold her to the Fae. And last we knew, she was being brought north by slavers who are associated with the gangs up here. Pest is associated with the gangs up here. It may not be the Burning Rose. Everything. The only reason it would be the Burning Rose is if he found out who and what I was. But it's someone up here who has power. And criminal power. We might be able to get all the resources for the Feywild, sure, but we can't just go in there blindly. And yeah, you're right, we have a ton of information, but we don't have any actionable intel. And we just need to... They're just... Alastaire, Gwyn, they're also smart, but I don't know how to react. Because I don't give them enough information, I get yelled at. I give them all the information, and I still get yelled at. I don't know what they want.
Sometimes I think, people don't say the thing they mean, and they'll say a thing that kind of tells you that they're upset, but then they won't say the real reason they're upset. And I kind of sometimes feel like that's what's happening, because I mean, I don't always follow it, but I do feel like, you do share information. So, and you're right. I mean, the Feywild is bigger than you can imagine. It doesn't make sense in terms of, it's not like you can just go from Dare's Wharf to another city straight on, like, getting around is not the same, and it's big. It's a big place.
So knowing who took her to the Feywild would be our best bet to find. Following that trail. We have to follow the trail.
So does that mean we need to talk to Marion or talk to Hadrian?
I don't know. With the derision between the sons and the father, and I mean, we're not supposed to, but we've always had an overland team. Kelvin led it, so it could have been Hadrian's team all along, but I need to get to a point of trust to start asking about what happened 8 weeks ago. And try to start pulling at those threads to find out if anybody knows who specifically it is.
All right. Well, whatever you want to do, whatever you think we should do, I'm with you. I want to find Maeve too.
Io, you come up here at this point.
Yeah, I think I'll waste no time. I see them both sitting there, and I basically probably take the pretty much similar to Yori, giving her enough space, but probably the side opposite of her. And I think first thing he says is, "Hey, never really said this, but you do look you do look nice, and I also wanted to say I'm really sorry on behalf of me and the other two Ludus kids. We're not fair to you half the time, especially I try to stick up for Al, but at the end of the day, I meant what I said when I said, no, I trust you. You know what you're doing. And I know you have to play. We're in Dare's Wharf. There's a certain game that you have to play here to get the answers you need. And I can only imagine there's a lot weighing on your mind and on your soul. So, all I'm wanting to tell you is, despite whatever I might say or do, I'm always going to be on your side. And I'm always going to watch your back.
I appreciate it, Io. I really do.
And Snorri told me that there are other people in the city that might help us too. I don't know how to find them. He didn't really tell me that. But he said that they were like, if Snorri said that we should find them, then they're probably, pretty good. I don't know if we need their help because I don't even know what they know or who they are. But he did say that there's people here that we can find if we need help.
They could be a valuable resource, but we have to be careful about who we pull into this. The more people we pull in, the more waves we make, the more dangerous it will become.
And I imagine not just for us and ours, right?
Mm-hmm. Especially after what happened to Al with Marion. We have to go at least in pairs, preferably in threes or the whole group, but nobody alone at any time.
We keep saying that.
And not sticking to it.
I know, we're really bad at following our own advice. It's a collective problem.
Yeah.
Well,
Do as I say,
the only thing
not
we
as
can
I
do
do
is just try to do better.
Yep.
We should.
Now, I believe someone. Oh, go ahead.
No, we should probably go back down.
I'm going to pause you guys there if I can.
Yeah, sure.
We're going to go back down to Gwyn, Nalani, Alastaire, and Huxley. Okay. Nalani, I could use a walk if you... Do you want to go get arrows?
Yeah, you need anything from a shop, Alastaire?
No, but you absolutely.
You gotta speak up, man.
No, but you absolutely have to bring back some food. That would be.
I had to bring back some food. It is really... if you can talk as close as you can to the... Yeah.
Yeah,
bring
I
back some
promised
food.
Yuri pancakes.
Okay.
All right. Gwyn, what the... and holds up the journal. Like, what the fuck is happening here?
She's going to take it from him and...
I read it all already. Go ahead. You can take it.
So that would have been right at the transition when she was basically abandoned by her mom. So
that's why when he gives it back, he made fun of you because it's hard not to, but you do actually feel like when he gives it back, he held back.
Yeah, she's just gonna say, I really hope you have really good traps on your journal from when you were 10. Don't even lie. You had one.
Yeah, I had one.
You told me you didn't write things down.
Yeah, there's a reason for that. Can we get rid of most of this shit in here?
How much can that bag hold, Alastaire, after we put the gold back in it?
Not a lot more, but you don't really need all of these shoes.
Maybe we can find a portable hole or something. People had those at school.
I bet Fen could use this stuff for the people. Or
Gwyn is just gonna look at you like, this is my fucking life. Shut the fuck up.
Huxley hears that and goes, There you
No,
go.
she's
See,
it's a look. It's not out loud. It's a
I
look.
love it. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, yeah, you see, there we go. You see, like, look, we could be charitable, right? That's what you wanted to be with this stuff.
Oh, you want to be charitable? Great. I will make a pile of your stuff to be charitable.
That's fine. Go ahead. Good luck. Just so you know, you don't know what moves and what doesn't, but go for it. At this point, I think there's like a clear like there's a weird sort of vibe between Huxley and Gwyn in this moment. As Huxley goes, "All right, I need to just
Are you
go outside."
coming? Nolani's already
Yeah,
got
all
a
right.
hand on the door. Like, can
Yeah,
you?
okay.
Like, is there a thing going on? Do you just want to
Hey,
go? What's
hey,
going on?
fucking buddy system. Come on.
Real quick, before you go, Gwen is actually going to run over, snatch something up, and give it to you. I think to Nalani. I think she'd like this.
Oh,
No,
Okay.
I wasn't talking to you.
so many.
And
fucking
what
secrets.
she gives you is a pair of shoes.
Okay, and I'm gonna give you your kite back.
Thank you.
Uh,
It has very clearly been made by like Gwen when she was 6.
yeah, I love it. Yeah, it's just like I think both things passed by Huxley's face too. Just like, okay, all right, weird. All right, let's go. And you see Huxley and Nalani walk out as there's a sliver of like a window from the from like the cracks of like curtains that are probably even closed. We can see Alastaire like leaning up against the leaning up on the table. We can see Gwyn kind of like walking back, holding that kite and like looking at it and just admiring it from way back when. And we continue to kind of scale up as we see.
Like more of a sad look at the kite than an admiring one.
That's fair.
Alastaire
I
would
think like
probably pick it up.
yeah, I think like you're like because in the perspective of you like walking back to Alastaire, like we can't see your face, so I think you're just like it just looks like you're holding it. As we scale back from the like sheet metal on sheet metal on sheet metal on top as we continue to kind of move upward, and we see Illiar just sitting, feet dangling off, and I think Yori just standing behind, and Io just kneeling down. And then the camera turns and we see the beautiful bright morning in Dare's Wharf, full of opportunity or peril. And with that, we're going to end tonight's session. See you guys next week.